Hello everybody, happy Saturday! Hi there, hi. Welcome back, hope you all are doing well, hope everyone's having a good weekend so far. It's time for some Ace Attorney. I think we can get a few hours in still. I had a busy day, but like, you know, we started before 6, which is kind of our target for Ace Attorney, so plenty of time, right? Yeah, starting from the beginning. We're here to begin episode 4. We wrapped up episode 3 last time, which had time flipping, not really time traveling. We weren't going anywhere. We were just exploring and learning about the past while also paralleling the past events in the future, because shit's wild like that. It's Ace Attorney. It's a kooky game. And now we're here to start episode 4. There's a lot of things happening that we're like, still got some questions on. We haven't really explored it too deep. Like the whole shit with like Zhang Fa and like who's like trying to fake an assassination, or no, like who tried to assassinate the president, right? From Zhang Fa. And then there's what's going on with our Interpol people. Like clearly they're gonna show up at some point. We're definitely doing some deep diving into Miles' history with the Von Karma family. I don't doubt that Francesca's gonna show up. I think I saw her on like the bottom of her, like on the image photo for like the game on Steam. I think this is a very familiar looking outfit, so I'm pretty sure that's her. So I don't doubt that she's gonna show up. And I know a bit about what happened with Miles' dad's last case. We gotta, I guess, figure out what Miles wants to do for the future. Although I'm pretty sure he's supposed to become chief prosecutor. So I guess we'll find out where that goes. And we gotta figure out like why the prosecutor's office is so corrupt. And like if we're gonna do anything about that, that's a whole thing too. Let's see where the game takes us. All right, let's go. Episode 4, Turnabout Forsaken. I hereby call this meeting to order. The committee is gathered here in the sight of the goddess to pass fair and frank judgment. The purpose of this hearing is to assess the professional competency of Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Y'all are the ones who are equipped. Are you... Why are you wearing that raincoat? That's an interesting color scheme. No! For their clock. Ah! Oh! Did they push her off a building? Oh shit. Oh shit. Is she okay? They can't murder our girl. She's our sidekick. That'd be fucked up. Maya comes into danger all the time though, so it's like if they're just pulling one of those, like, I get it. Shit happens. They can't kill her though. That'd be messed up. April 5th, 1:23 p.m. High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Ah. You please stop pacing, detective. Kicking up dust. But I swept the floor 3 times already. Sweep it a 4th. We're gonna take your badge, Mr. Edgeworth. How can you just stand there cool as a cucumber? Because Edgeworth is cool? Obviously. We don't know for certain that they will. Well, it sure seems like they mean to. Judge Gavelle pretty much spelled it out. Yeah, she's kind of a capital C or capital B, depending on how you want to look at it and what you're allowed to say. Truly, you are proving to be quite a threat to the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. That's a word. As such, you give me little choice but to report back on your continued transgressions. No doubt you'll be called to appear before the committee in due course. She said that I would be called to appear before the committee, nothing more. Well, I don't care, I won't stand for it. What if we never get to work together again? Oh, don't worry, I'm sure we'll find a way. I thought you would welcome the prospect, Detective. After all, it would mean you could work with someone less problematic. Don't say that, sir. I've never heard anyone except that stupid committee say you're problematic. I keep okay, but like, in fairness, Edgeworth keeps cutting his pay. Yeah, you're not just looking for an excuse, are you? To become a defense attorney, I mean. Maybe he is, maybe he ain't. Because I won't let you. Here, Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Prosecutor, you hear? Become a defense attorney, huh? Gumshoe just values their friendship that much. The circumstances of my father's death set me on the path to becoming a prosecutor. But I'd only been interested in the law to begin with, thanks to my father as well. And his work as a defense attorney. Are you gonna keep fighting the crime as a prosecutor or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you've got a big decision ahead of you. One only you can answer. Are you listening, Mr. Edgeworth? I said I won't let you do this! Really, Detective? There's no need to be so dramatic. Who knows? The next prosecutor you work with might be a little more lenient with your salary assessments. Huh, really? So, no more instant noodles? I mean, no! What are you saying, sir? I don't care about any of that stuff! Values friendship more than food. Good man. You thought about it, didn't you? If only for a moment. We're busy in here. Come back later. Hello? Hey there, is the prosecutor in? A Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth? This about Kay? I'm concerned. Look, pal, what part of we're busy don't you get? Wait outside and I'll be with you in a bit. Oh, that's not good. Your face is as red as a tomato. Red face, gritted teeth, let's see. Yeah, I said we're busy. Wait, that's it. Stomach cramps, right? No need to worry. It's nothing an injection can't cure. Now roll up your sleeve for me. It won't hurt much. Eek! Oh, thanks, pal. I'm healthy as it can be. Who might you be? Oh, sorry. I totally forgot to introduce myself, huh? The name's Needler. Because she wants to stab you with the needles. Florence Needler. People who love stabbing people with needles are scary. I'm a nurse at Hertz Hospital. Well, nobody here is hurt, so are you sure you have the right room? Yeah, you're Prosecutor Edgeworth, right? Wow, those are some deep furrows in your brow. Are you feeling all right? Suffering from a severe headache? I could give you an injection that'll... I'll be fine, thank you. Could you please just tell us what you're doing here? Huh? Oh, sure. Well, it's like this. I brought somebody to see you. Wait right there. I'll go grab her. Wait. Too late. I wonder who she brought along. If she's here from a hospital, maybe it's a patient? Someone you cut down to size with your trademark rapier wit? I don't think that's how that works. And what exactly is that supposed to mean? See? That right there, sir. When you glare at me like that, I lose the will to live. So sad. You don't want to send me to the hospital too, do you? Surely he's exaggerating. After all, that's the look I always give him and nothing's happened so far. Sorry to keep you fellas waiting. Well, thoughts? Thoughts on what? You don't recognize me? There's something about her. something familiar. That Kay? Because she fell off a building?
This had your name on it. So I thought, just maybe?
So you really did put someone in the hospital? Don't be ridiculous, detective. Well, look, sir, your name's right there on the card. Public Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, plain as day. Be that as it may.
I am so sorry. What she's trying to say is she has amnesia.
Amnesia?
Yes, at least that's what they tell me. Her parents must be so worried about her. I bet they've only been getting around 8 hours of sleep each night. You gotta feel for them.
But isn't that the correct amount of hours for sleep? Lady. Do I, though? Because that's quite a lot of sleep, if you ask me. That's the amount of sleep that I should be getting, but haven't gotten. Oh, tough break. But don't you worry. Don't you worry, all right? Since you had his car, that means you really must know Mr. Edgeworth somehow. So just sit back and we'll take it from here, right, sir? Mysterious young woman brought to the High Prosecutor's office by Florence Needler. She appears to have lost her memory, but... A nurse who works at Hertz Hospital has a worrying... Oh, it says safety first. I was wondering what the other side of her hat said. Has a worrying tendency to offer unnecessary treatments to everyone she meets. That is... a concerning tendency. At the very least, we might be able to help you figure out your identity.
Really? Will you?
It's going to come down to what you remember, but yes. So if that's not Kay, then who is it? But like, cause like I feel like we should recognize Kay. But you know, she do look kind of different outside of her ninja gear. She would. Now that's the Mr. Edgeworth I know. Don't worry, miss, you're as good as healed. Let's not get carried away here, detective. I'm a prosecutor, remember, not a miracle worker. Who are you? Where do we even start? What, do you remember your name, miss?
I'm sorry. She's been like this since she came in yesterday.
So she's only been in the hospital for a day.
No way, that's amazing! How did you figure it out so fast?
Because you just said it! Ugh. How can one person be so emotionally draining?
We found her wandering around late last night and brought her in. I wanted to help out, so I went through her stuff to see what I could find.
Did you find anything apart from my business card?
Nothing with her name or home address. Oh, wait a second. She was wearing this. It's a pretty unique design, right?
It's definitely Kay. How do you not recognize her? Come on. This pin. What the heck? That Yatagarasu pin, does that mean... It can't be. Kay, is it really you? She doesn't remember.
Kay?
Yatagarasu pin data jotted down in the organizer. Show her the badge!
Is that somebody who protects people? Is it a Hero of Justice's pin?
No, it's a prosecutor's badge. I believe you're thinking of an attorney's badge.
I am? But it feels warm somehow. I feel like somebody I know used to have one. Somebody important.
Her father was a prosecutor. Suppose perhaps she's recalling flashes of her childhood.
You like pins, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
I not particularly know.
Still, you always seem to have one on you.
It's a part of the job, I'm afraid. And this one is also a piece of evidence.
Oh, so you carry things you don't like around as a form of willpower training?
That's not it at all. Your name. It's you, isn't it, Kay?
I'm... Kay.
Come on, Kay, you really don't remember? Look, it's me, Gummy. That's what you always call me.
Gummy? But you're an adult. That's so rude. I don't really call you that, do I? I'm sorry. I can't believe I feel so guilty now.
What? What the heck happened to you? I've never seen you so polite. Being polite and sensitive is just not... Where's the Kay I know? You're nothing like her.
Careful, Detective. We wouldn't want her to get the wrong impression. Make it sound as if Kay isn't normally a polite or sensitive soul. Not that he's wrong exactly, but...
So, what kind of person was I before?
Well, first of all, your full name is Kay Faraday. You're bright and fun and full energy, and oh yeah, you're a great thief.
Great thief?
There's a little more to it than that, but yes. Thieves generally steal other people's valuables from their dressers or vaults and...
Steal? But that must be so awful for the people I took things from. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know I was a criminal. Maybe I lost my memory of some sort of punishment.
No, that's not what I meant at all.
I don't think that did her much good, sir.
It sure explains one thing. Look at these gloves. They're just the kind a person They're just the kind a person like that would wear.
Hey, that outfit.
It's what she was wearing when they found her. But we had to get her to change out of it and put on hospital clothes, so that's why I have them.
Something on this part here. Did it have something to do with how Kay lost her memory?
I'll send the outfit over to forensics later and see what they can figure out.
Please do, Detective.
Boy, they really are some thiefy clothes, huh? I am a criminal.
Maybe a great thief, but you've never committed a crime in your life. Rest assured, you are no criminal.
If you say so.
Perhaps we'd better leave it there for now.
I'm sorry. I wish I could remember who you are. How do we know each other exactly?
Well, that is... How do I put this into words?
You're Prosecutor Edward's assistant.
I am? So a prosecutor's the head of some sort of great thief network, then?
No, not quite.
Last saw Kay 2 days ago. Perhaps we should try to figure out what she's been doing since then. Is the pin the only item on her person when you received her, Nurse Needler?
There are a few other things, but I doubt any of it will be of much use to you.
I'll be the judge of that. Could you please show them to us?
Well, alright then. In no particular order, I present...
A German ninja mask? Was she at the show or something?
A letter, and it's addressed to Kay. Next, a ticket stub. Finally...
A fake flower, the kind people like to spruce up their bathrooms with, too.
It's a corsage, Detective, and they're usually worn by women.
And that's that. So, anything useful in there?
Kinda hard to tell. Frankly, I'm not really seeing a connection between any of them.
I'd like to look at them in more detail. Should take a closer look at each piece later when I have the chance.
A mask modeled on the Gem Ninja's face, made of cheap plastic.
A letter Kay was carrying. It is addressed to her. Stub from a ticket granting entry to the viewing platform on top of the big building. A magenta flower made of fabric that is usually worn on the chest as a decoration, also known as a corsage.
This is bad. How do we get Kay's memory back? By looking at the evidence!
This is the pin Kay always wears. It's shaped like the mark of the Yatagarasu and is very eye-catching indeed. Can't imagine any thief other than Kay would want to wear it. This badge's design is said to reflect the relentless and discipline of law enforcement.
Relentlessness, there we go.
Comes from the authority vested in us as strict protectors of the law and executors of sentences. executors of sentences, much like harsh winter frost and blazing summer days. To wear it is to identify oneself as a prosecutor, but I have no interest in doing so. Prosecutor's badge and grade the number with the owner on the back. Numbers as if, yeah. He doesn't say anything different on that. All right, let's look at the mask. Nope, can't. All right, letter. Dear Kay, don't worry. I'll make sure you get your precious thing back, Rosie. Big building viewing platform entry ticket. Sorry, hold on.
I had to sneeze, sorry. Blow my nose.
Alright. Big building viewing platform entry ticket. April 4th, 7:28 p.m. Student $6. Use limited to day of purchase, non-refundable. Alright. Can't just let her stay like this forever. Calm down, detective. I have an idea. You do? I knew you'd come to the rescue, sir. So, what is it? Look closely at the ticket stub.
Ooh, it's for the viewing platform at the top of the big building.
Big building? You know the place?
Everybody knows it's silly. It's the hottest date spot in town. They say that if a couple holds hands while they're up there, they'll stay together forever. Tee-hee.
This is yesterday's date, and the ticket is only valid on the date specified. Plus it's a stub. That means she used it, right? Think it's a distinct possibility? Well, shall we go see what we can find? Now? Just like that? The only way to figure out how Kay lost her memory is to retrace her steps. But what about your thing with the committee? It's not for a little while yet. We have time.
Great, so can I leave Kay with you?
That would be for the best, but you don't mind, do you, Kay?
Oh, of course not.
Thank you.
Alrighty then, back to work I go. If you need anything, feel free to give me a holler at the Hertz Hospital, okay? I can come running with a syringe or 3, wherever you might happen to be.
Yes, thank you. I doubt we'll be needing that particular service. Now then, detective. Shall we get going? You too, Kay. Yes, sir!
Yes, of course.
Oh, wait, hold on. Yes, of course. She looks sad. April 5th, big building. Plaza. So according to this pamphlet, the big building's 50 stories high. It's all offices inside, so the viewing platform up top is the only part that's open to the public. Here, this one's for you, sir. They were handing them out for free in the ticket area. Very kind of you, detective. Contains a cross-section of the building and a plan of the viewing platform. Tree, stand. I mean, not much to look at. Oh, okay, this is the top-down view. I see. Alright, I think it's time we headed inside. Look out! The big building! It's about to fall! What? Gotta do something! No, please, I'm begging you, stop! That's no good. Without fresh milk, my thoughts just aren't getting through to him. What's happening here? What's going on with the building? Just stay calm and talk to me, kid.
Cut!
Oh.
I'm so sorry. We're shooting a movie, so could you,
Yes, I thought as much. Forgive our intrusion. We'll get out of your way. Detective? Sorry. Really had me there for a second.
Yeah, what is?
Hey, director guy, can we take 5? I can't work under these conditions.
I'm
so sorry. Sorry. Oh gosh.
So they stopped the building from falling down? That's good.
I see Kay doesn't remember what movies are. Wish we had the time to explain, but maybe later. Come along, you two. Let's make ourselves scarce. April 5th, 2:18 p.m. Big building. Viewing platform. Wow, get a load of that view. Feel the sun on your face.
Eek! The wind is very strong up here.
That's okay. You just stand behind me or Mr. Edgeworth here. We're both more than big enough to keep the breeze away. Speak for yourself. Okay, does this place bring back any memories?
I'm not sure. Have I really been here before?
Perhaps simply encouraging her to talk will help. Kay, please, any thoughts or feelings that come to mind might be a clue we can use.
Alright. I don't know if this will be of any help at all, but...
What she remember? Why are we doing this? Okay, you know what? Sure. Interrogate away.
I still can't remember if I've been here before. It's so high up and the wind is so strong. It's terrifying. I don't remember... I just... don't remember anything. It's no good. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no dice, huh?
I'm sorry. I feel so useless. I know I'm supposed to have all these memories, but I just can't remember.
You have amnesia, Kay. Don't be so hard on yourself. Listen, sir, maybe just this once, try not to be so intimidating, okay? Or at the very least, don't use your trademark glare on her. He asked for your opinion, detective. Why are we rebutting this? Alright, press everything.
Hold it!
Well, this ticket stub says otherwise.
But I don't remember coming here at all. Can't even imagine wanting to come here.
Hold it!
Kay used to love places like this, though.
But am I really her? I feel dizzy just taking a look around. I don't even think anyone should be allowed up here. What if an old person fell, or a child? It doesn't bear thinking about.
There's a fence all around us, and it's plenty high. There's really no need to worry.
If you say so.
He doesn't remember anything, she says. Nothing is coming to mind, then just take a look around. Do you recognize anything? Anything at all?
Let's see. Cherry blossoms.
Go on.
I was standing under the cherry tree. Yes, I was trying to stay out of the rain. It was raining, I remember now. And there was a red something.
So it was raining. She's underneath a cherry tree. She saw something red from where she stood. But what?
Is it something I said?
No, but if you could add that to your testimony, we could explore it further. Why is it testimony, though? Under the cherry tree, she thinks she saw something red. Okay. There's something red. Can you tell me any more about it?
I'm not sure. It was just a red thing. That's all I can say.
Can we see nearby that's red? Was it the concession stand over there, perhaps?
Stand? A red concession stand. Yes, I think that was it. Somebody was walking toward me from beyond it.
Then what happened?
Then, sorry.
That's alright. If you could just add what you told us to your testimony.
But there was someone walking toward me from the concession stand.
Hold it!
The stand in question is the one behind you, correct?
That's right. I remember the red color and the person walking toward me from beyond it. I saw it all from under the cherry tree.
Tell me something. This person you keep mentioning. Did you not see their face, or did you simply not know who they were?
Sorry, I'm just not sure.
That's all we have to go on is a person walking toward her from beyond the concession stand. And the fact that she saw this from beneath the cherry tree.
Hold it!
It's no good.
Doesn't have to be related to how you lost your memory, but if anything floats up at all, just say it. Hold on.
And yeah, that should be fine, right? Really? Well, let's see. Oh, the cotton candy from that stand there. I don't know why, but it just came to me.
If you're hungry, you only have to say.
Got some cotton candy? You got it. My treat. Thank you. It would make my day.
I have to get something out of her somehow. Maybe if I pressured her a little, I can shake something loose. There's someone walking toward her.
I don't know if this is gonna do anything.
But, like, maybe she could show us how? From where they were walking? There's not a lot of room back there to walk from behind the stand, but okay.
Objection!
This is a weird thing to object to. Say that you saw someone over there beyond the stand. That they were walking toward you.
Yes, I can see them getting closer.
You sure it wasn't a ghost?
No, it was a person. I'm sure of it.
From where you were standing, anyone you saw on the other side of the concession stand. Oh yeah. Would have to be floating in midair, hundreds of feet above the ground. How on earth could it have been a person?
Eek!
I mean, like... Okay, here's the thing that doesn't make sense about this. It's a concession stand, right? There has to be a little small bit of space behind it for somebody to stand back there and work the stand. You're gonna Ember Word before it's my turn? Okay. I'll be a few hours, so have fun.
I'm not lying, I promise. Somebody read the stand. Somebody read, and they were on the other side. They were walking toward me, getting closer and closer. And then they... Ah!
She's freaking out. Hey, what's the matter? You're all right. We're here. Whatever it is, it can't hurt you.
I was pushed and I fell. A person in a red raincoat.
Person in a red raincoat who could walk on air.
Do we know someone who had a red raincoat?
Was it not the assassin from the first case? And then there was more than just the... There was our defendant, and then also, Shelly the killer each had a red raincoat. Who supposedly pushed her off the building? None of this makes any sense, not the least of which, nobody could fall from this height and survive. He remembers a person coming from beyond the concession stand and pushing her off the building. Attention everyone, please stay right where you are. What's wrong, officer? I'm Detective Gumshoe. Mind filling me in? Yes, Sir, a body has been discovered here in this building, sir. Right, a body? Whose body exactly? Not sure, we're still working on it, but what we do know is that the victim is a young woman. And her name is Kay. Huh? What the blazing? What the fuck? Huh? I need something. My nose is stuffy. Give me a hot second. That's not K. That's not the K we know. April 5th, 2:36 p.m. Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence Chamber. Why is this the committee room? Wait, this room. Officer, isn't this... Yes, sir. This is the trial chamber of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. We are supposed to be here anyway. So it's here now? I knew they'd moved out of the office. I knew they moved out of the prosecutor's building. I had no idea that they'd come here. Have the data updated. Wow, we're literally right below.
Hello, Mr. Edgeworth, and Kay too. How are you all doing? Is Kay feeling any better?
I heard that there was some kind of incident. I'm sorry, but who might this be?
This is my grandma. Hold on a second. Name's Hilda Hertz, Sonny. And who the heck might you be?
It's a pleasure to meet you. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth at your service. Nurse Needler, your grandmother's name, Hertz, is she?
Yep, she's the director of Hertz Hospital.
This old woman is the head of a hospital? Be nice, Edgeworth. You know Wendy Oldbag. You know old women? Scary, powerful. Mind your manners.
Don't you old fogey me, you dirt-danged reprobate.
How did she do that?
Wow, sounds like you're kind of a big deal, ma'am. Oh, that's not true. Not wrong. Not wrong at all. Oh, him? He's the one looking after the girl, the one with amnesia.
It seems Dr. Hertz is a bit of an introvert.
Want me to fix those brow furs of yours, Sonny?
Ah, there's no fixing those, ma'am. They're downright incurable. Gumshoe, how could you say that?
What? You're sure you want me to say that, Grandma? Well, alright then. Now, I don't get a dang thing more to say. I don't got a dang thing more to say to none of ya. You go about your business, ya hear? As long as that business don't involve messing with a deceased body, I got work to do.
Wait, please,
Not a dang thing, I tell ya.
Hey, you can't talk to us like that. What gives you the right, huh, pal?
Oh, didn't I mention Grandma's also a coroner? She's in charge of this case, which means... Ouch! Which means exactly that.
What do you mean? Exactly what?
How am I supposed to know? She said it, not me.
Huh. Like I'm trapped in a comedy routine I can't escape. Poor Gumshoe.
Mukia, hello!
Hi, how are you?
How you been? What's going on? Happy Saturday.
I'm chilling. I had a long day. We went out for a bit. And now we're just having a good time with Ace Attorney.
hanging out,
reading a bit, getting our murder mystery on, because there's for some reason always a murder. Even when you think there's not a murder and you think it's just like, you know, Grand Theft something. Nope. There's a dead body that turns up later. It's always a murder. There's only ever murder in this world. A lot of people get killed. It's weird. It is a fun, silly game. I love Ace Attorney. This is the only one we hadn't played on stream so far. We did like a whole thing like 2 years ago where it was just like Ace Attorney every Saturday. You're sorry you'll stop leaving the bodies around? You gotta learn to clean up the bodies and bury them. That's what your friends are for. If you need help with body disposal, just phone a friend. Obviously, that's how you get rid of them. That's the best way. But yeah, we're just reading. Having a good time. You gonna be streaming later? You have to do that from now on. You just get so tired. I know, it's a lot of work. Murdering people is really hard, but that's what friends are for, because if you're too tired to get rid of the body, you just phone a friend and they can come over and help you. And then you can like go out for like boba or something afterwards, right? That's how it works. Well, what tonight? I've seen a little bit of that game. It seems like another one of the gacha games and I'm like, I'm trying to stay away from all those. But we'll see. I think I keep wanting to say roommate. Correct term is housemate. My housemate, my friend, plays a lot of the Hoyoverse games, and I'm just like, watching how many hours he sinks into that, I'm like, I got Final Fantasy 14. I ain't got time for this. It's definitely a gacha, but they give you a lot for free, so it's nice in your wallet. Very nice. It's good to hear. I think the last time I got sucked into a gacha-like game was, Final Fantasy Record Keeper. Boy, did they take a lot of your money. It's kind of like pay to win. Because if you, I mean, they give you free gems for that too, but like it sucked. That game, like after a while, I spent a little bit on that game, and then after a while, I was just like, oh, dude, this isn't worth it. I'm not having fun with this. You can't win without spending a lot of money on this game, and I'm not willing to, so I stopped. That was the last time that I did anything gacha like that. Now I just pay for cosmetics on 14. So that's where my money goes. Yeah. Ace Attorney Saturdays, just do a little bit of amateur voicing as we're reading off the lines, and then wondering why all these silly people keep dying. Right now, I'm trying to figure out who that dead body in the back is. I don't think it's who they say it is. You did Genshin, and unless you no life, you basically got nowhere. Skip a few days on Woo and it's not as bad. That's good. That's what I like about Final Fantasy 14 as an MMO also, because it's like you could just like not play for a while and then like miss very little. You'll miss maybe like seasonal events, but I mean like if you wait long enough, you might miss out on the quest, but you could still buy the rewards off the store eventually after a year, so it's not so bad. Not that much FOMO with it. I hate games where it's like they really guilt you with FOMO. And I'm like, oh, I can't stop playing, but I don't want to play. So, that's good. I'm glad Woo is not like that. It's good to hear. Alright, I'm gonna read a little bit. You missed this past winter event, but till you pay off some stuff, you need to be tight on your wallet. That's fair. And like, you can, if you want to like see the story for it, you can always like see somebody's VoD for it. Like for 14, for example, I do all the events on stream just so I can have the VoD for it forever. And then you just wait till sometime in the future after a year it'll be available on the MOG station, and then you can just buy whatever you want, or you know, not if you don't care about the reward. So very nice that they do that so that people don't have the FOMO and don't feel like they have to be constantly playing. It's so nice. It'll always be there for you. Even like stuff that was like past limited collabs, like 13 collab, because they're never gonna do that again. You can just buy all that stuff on MOG Station now if you like really want it for glam purposes. And a lot of people do buy things for glam purposes. Glamour is the true end game with games like that. Hold on, I need some tea. Miss 14, but you're not getting like bad FOMO, you just miss playing with friends. Yeah, that's fair, and that's what's great about it. It's just like your friends aren't playing and don't feel like playing by yourself. Just chill, wait for a bit. Wait till you really feel like playing. Wait till other people are also coming back. And I'll just pick it up together. No big deal. No problem. I like that they kind of like made it mostly FOMO free. The only exception I think is if you're into like PvP and the PvP rewards, because like that stuff actually has like seasonal rewards and stuff, and it makes sense. But that's like a very small part of 14. You've never done PvP? I love PvP. I don't play ranked, but I love doing frontline, and then sometimes I like doing crystalline conflict. So, and again, it's a small part. It's always going to be there. You're really not missing much unless you're like die hard set on collecting all the different glamours, which it's like glamours and like some orchestrons. Well, actually, no, not even orchestrons. Glamour plating for like the profile pictures, and then like sometimes minions or mounts. So, but supposedly those things, like even the ones that like people have missed out on so far, will eventually come back in rotation because they wanted to make that FOMO free. So, anyway, that's why I like 14, because I can just like drop it for a bit if I need to, and that has happened before. All right, we're gonna read for a little bit. Enjoy the game. You're gonna reply to some emails and listen. Nice. Thanks for the alert then. Hope your emails go well. All right, let's read.
Well, we got a body to be looking at. Catch you later, gang, and take care.
What the heck is their deal? What does it matter as long as we have permission to investigate? What does it matter? Matters a bunch, sir.
What will you do now, Mr. Edgeworth?
Examine the scene of the crime, of course. What kind of prosecutor would I be if I didn't? I mean, we're not technically on the case, so I think Judge Gavelle might, like, come in, like, banhammer us, but that's okay. Alright, let's get to work.
That person over there is called Kay, right? Surely that means I can't be the Kay you know.
No, you definitely look like her. You look more like Kay than she does, because she has brown hair and a very different facial structure, and is also wearing a lab coat, which you would never wear. That's what we're looking to figure out, but don't worry. You're the Kay we know. I'm certain of it.
Thanks.
Kay who lost her memory and a victim who shares her name, both meaning their respective fates here at the big building. No doubt this case will be the key to restoring our Kay's memories. I'd stake my life on it. Are we gonna snoop? I love snooping. Why is there a candelabra on the floor? I need to know. Hey, Gummy. Talk to me, sir. I need to show you my badge because that's mandatory. Why do we have her photo? Kay remembers a person coming from beyond the concession stand and pushing her off the building. We'll talk about that in a sec. I don't know what I'd do if you weren't a prosecutor anymore, sir. Now's not the time to be thinking about such things, detective. But sir, the committee has it out for you. Yeah, they're corrupt as shit. That's a thing. Even though you never did anything wrong, it's not fair. I mean, apart from being, you know, a little hard to love and all. Rude? You're not exactly easy to love yourself when you make comments like that. So rude, Gumshoe. Kay absolutely treasures that thing. She always has it pinned to her scarf. Yet she remembered nothing when we showed it to her. No, I'm so used to the bright, upbeat Kay. I don't know what to do with this new one. Just be yourself, detective. It's the best thing you can do for her right now. All right. Okay, one big dose of Gummy's classic bungling and bluster coming right up. I mean, I guess, but like, don't also. So he's aware that he's a serial bungler. Yeah. You know what? After working with a lot of different kinds of people, I can say, out of all the people who make mistakes, the ones who are at least self-aware that they might be making a mistake and trying to like actively, or like trying not to, and are trying to improve, those are the better ones. Better than the people who have no self-awareness and are like, oh no, I'm doing right. There's nothing I'm doing wrong. And then they just constantly make mistakes. Those people are the worst. Got anything to say about the Jam and Ninja? Good one, Mr. Redworth. I think. You weren't showing me that for a reason, were you? Couldn't know the first thing about it. God damn it, Gumshoe. Yet that doesn't seem to bother you at all. Alright, what do you got to say about Kay's amnesia? Wonder where Kay left all her memories. Maybe someone's turned them into lost and found. Or maybe one of the guards has found them. Are you being serious, Detective? Gumshoe, you know that they're not like physical things that you can lose and pick up somewhere, right? No, sir, it's driving me crazy not being able to do anything, you know? I feel so bad for her. Perhaps you should be concentrating your efforts on this investigation. It's the one thing either of us can do for her right now. Yes, sir, you said it, sir. Oh, that was nice. Alright, notice anything? Can't believe a murder just dropped into our laps like this. Really came out of nowhere. Yeah, and why did they go to us of all people when we were on the roof? That was a weird thing to do. Gotta admit, I'm not much good with surprises. My mind just kind of goes blank, you know? So if you're asking what I've noticed so far, answer's diddly squat. Okay. Should've seen that coming. Huh. Well, at least you didn't beat around the bush. That shows intelligence of a sort. Oh. Was that a compliment, sir? I am so honored. My first ever compliment from Mr. Edgeworth. I'll remember those words as long as I live. Thanks for making it awkward to burst your bubble now, Detective. Oh my god. Alright, let's talk about the building. Who knew the committee was right below the viewing platform? Saved ourselves a walk, though, huh, Mr. Redworth? Oh, I was checking out the pamphlet again and spotted a blurb about the committee. It's in this side of the column. Big building, little burns. Let's see here. On the 50th floor is a trial chamber of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. I hate that word. It's where puffed up prosecutors are called to get the deflating of their lives in a Souvenir X title. Wow, that's presumptuous. So go on up to see faces so sad they make beach blobfish look happy. You shouldn't be bragging that every time you bring someone in, it's to strip away their badge. There should be, that like should show that there's an imbalance and it's not a fair process, right? That should raise a flag. I don't have a face sadder than a beached blobfish. Oh no, that was the column. I was just reading what it says, sir. Rude. Alright, let's talk about Kay. So we got a living Kay over here and a not so living one over there. Why are they both called Kay? It can't just be a coincidence, right? Maybe if it was Shelly the killer, you got the wrong person initially. I don't know. No, but we'll need to examine the body if we're to find out more. We need to look for a calling card. Wait. She does have a corsage on her. What if it's a different assassin's calling card? This K had one also. RK. Need to look closer. How are we supposed to do that when Madame Pom-Pom over there won't let us near it? She's simply doing her job, Detective. We need to patiently wait for our turn. Ah, fine. In the meantime, maybe I can share a little theory of mine? Hope you don't mind. See, I keep hearing about this cloning stuff that you can do nowadays. Oh my god, Gumshoe. What if somebody made a copy of Kay? That would explain the whole mess, right? Let's take a look around the room while the coroner finishes up her examination of the body. I've never been ignored so hard in my life. Oh, Gummy. Things had gone as they were meant to, I'd be standing at this podium right now. Yeah, I guess so, huh? I'm glad the hearing got delayed, but I wish it wasn't because someone died. Yeah, that kinda sucks. I thought it would have been that much harder to investigate had my badge been taken away. Best thing I can do right now for all parties involved is to get the truth behind this incident.
Sorry, but we're kind of busy right now. Grandma's still looking at the body. You stay the heck out of my way, you hear? So, could you give us a few more minutes?
Of course, we'll come back and examine the body ourselves later after she's done. An enormous semicircular desk with seating for 11. It almost reminds me of a certain legend.
I know the one, sir. The brown table, right?
No, Gumshoe. Gumshoe.
Oops, guess that wasn't it. The newts of the brown table? The knives of the brown stable?
Further and further from the mark, but I'll refrain from rubbing his nose in it for now. Oh, Gummy.
Can I guess I can't look at the candelabra until she's gone. Alright, fine.
Officer, tell me about the security arrangements for this room.
Yes, sir. You need a special key card to enter, sir.
Interesting, so not just anybody can enter?
Security key card is needed to enter the committee chamber. Got it.
In which case, the person who discovered the body would have been...
Yes, sir. A member of the committee. They found it when they arrived for today's hearing.
The hearing. My hearing. Which would be underway right now if it wasn't for this.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward, isn't it?
Ooh, books.
That's a lot of books, sir. It's kind of intimidating if you ask me.
Intimidating? What could be more welcoming than a good book detective?
Guess that depends. I got the chewing out of my life in a library. Wait, hold on. I got the chewing out of my life in a library back in the day for running laps inside of it. Why? Why would you do that? But this isn't really a library, is it? So maybe I can jog around a little, work off some of the anxiety? Oh my god, okay. Is that why?
Something tells me that if I don't stop him, you might very well start running around and around.
Dummy.
Gumshoe.
This is not the... Ooh, why is there blood over here?
Nice, neatly arranged bookshelves stretching off into the distance. Quite a pleasing sight, don't you think?
It reminds me of the, It was in the Great Ace Detective, Ace Attorney, Great Ace Attorney? The one that takes place in the past, the judge there in London. Not the judge. Legal dude. Anyway, he had a giant library inside the clock tower. It was weird. Sure is, there's not a speck of dust on any of them. Reminds me of my special method for cleaning your office, sir.
Okay.
Sweep, then vacuum, then wipe it all down twice. Then on goes the floor wax, and then...
Only approached your actual job with the same level of rigor.
Why do you just, like, pay him to be your butler?
But I guess we do use him for a lot of things. Also, that's a lot of blood right here. Did she get stabbed by the sword? The statue of the goddess of justice.
You sure know your stuff, sir. So, does she dole out blessings or what?
She's not that kind of goddess, detective. She's a symbol of the sanctity of law. Scales represent justice, the sword retribution, and the blindfold shows her impartiality.
Except... there's a lot of issues with the impartiality in this series.
I scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention.
Yep, that's a lot of blood.
It's a pool of blood here at the foot of the statue. Judging by the amount and how it was spread, I'd say this is where the victim was killed.
No shit. But the body's on that table behind us, sir. How come? They probably moved it to better examine it.
I can only surmise the killer must have moved it for some reason after committing the murder.
Oh. I thought they did it for examination purposes, but okay. Sorry to intrude. Francesca! Yo! Crap, what does she sound like? Shit. It's been like over a year.
What? Huh? What's that, Grandma? I know that voice anywhere. That's Von Karma's little girl. Oh, so you two know each other? It has been too long, Grandma Hertz. And you as well, Miles Edgeworth.
What's she doing here?
I knew she was in this game. We were saying it.
Francesca Von Karma. She's the daughter of Manfred von Karma and a prosecutor like myself. Remember when we had a whole game with her there? That was fun. That was a good time. I had to like study accents for that game. And then I was like kind of relieved when we were done because it's like never again. But here we are. These days she's mainly been working with Interpol. Oh yeah, I forgot she did that. Though I thought she was supposed to be abroad.
Don't look so surprised. Where my investigations lead, I follow. No matter where in the world that might be.
Which means there must be some kind of international angle to this case. Yes. Are we gonna see our other homeboy? Was he like a tiger? The Interpol guy from like... We saw him briefly from Zhengfa. That dude.
You know full well that I've been pursuing a certain smuggling ring. That I won't rest until it's been destroyed and its ill-gotten goods recovered.
So the smuggling ring is involved then. Interesting, okay.
That information is to be shared on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know.
I see she means to be as helpful as ever.
Miss Von Karma, was it? Grandma wants to tell you something. I'm about done here. Scene's all yours.
In that case, we'd like to examine the body ourselves too, if you wouldn't mind.
I mind plenty. I remember where I heard about you now, you dang varmint. Don't need soon-to-be ex-prosecutor. Don't need no soon-to-be ex-prosecutor messing the place up. Go on, get. Just remember it's not me saying this stuff, okay? Please, Granny, it's important. Who you calling Granny, little missy? Eek!
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. This is going nowhere. I didn't want to have to do this, but... Francisca, I need you to add us to this investigation. We have to see that body up close or we'll never learn the truth about what happened to Kay.
As in Kay Faraday?
Please, you gotta help us out here. Kay needs us. She's got the amnesias, Francisca.
I don't know what you're up to, but very well.
Thank you. You won't regret it.
Of course, I expect to receive a full explanation when I grill you later.
We owe you big, sir. Or we owe you, sir. Big time.
Wasn't talking to you, Scruffy.
Oh, there's the whip. And there he goes. Ah!
Well, Grandma hurts. What if you allow him to examine the body? I ain't about to say no to an international big shot like yourself, hun. But are you sure about this? Yeah, I agree with Grandma. Are you sure you're sure? Of course I'm sure. It's my prerogative to judge the whole world in my name. That's just common sense.
The extremely arrogant sort, perhaps.
Say yourself, but don't say I didn't warn you. Well, you heard her. Try not to get fired, okay?
Hey, Neoneko, welcome home.
Don't worry. It'll take a lot more than this to ruin my reputation should things turn sour.
Like me, who's on the verge of losing my badge. That's because you have a corrupt judge on your ass. I should have talked to Kay earlier. Oh.
Yes, can I help you with something?
Alright. Notice anything?
This is quite the room. The big wooden boxes full of books, the big person carved out of stone, sparkly window.
Seems like you've even forgotten the names of some everyday objects. Let me try to jog your memory, Kay. Repeat after me. Bookshelves.
Books? Elves?
This is not an elf on the shelf moment, no. Stained glass.
Stolen glassware?
Law books.
Breaker?
God, his statue.
Got this snatched too?
It's just me or all of her mistakes pointing in a certain direction. God damn it, Kay.
For someone who's concerned about being a criminal, your mind is, You were loudly claiming to be my assistant just the other day, Kay. You really not remember anything? Does nothing about me come to mind at all?
Oh, maybe I do remember one thing. Remember being on the viewing platform up on the roof?
Yes?
And you were pointing your finger at me?
Oh, goddammit. Go on.
And asking me questions with a scary look on your face.
It was only a few minutes ago. Wow, poor kid. Literally her only memories of you trying to catch her in a contradiction, sir. Hey! It was helpful. Poor Edgeworth. I'd be scared too. I might have even just given up right then and there. Yeah, that'd be the end of me for sure. You think that's scary, detective? Just you wait. This is why your pay is so low. Remember anything about Gumshoe? Must remember Detective Gumshoe, Kay. You and he were very close. Yeah, don't I remind you of anything?
Remind me of... Wait, I do remember something. I remember Mr. Edgeworth scolding you, and not just once, hundreds of times.
That's no memory, kid. That's just the joy of our day-to-day life together. It's sad. Not right, Mr. Edgeworth? Joy, is it? I must not be doing a good enough of a job reprimanding you, then. I'll just have to try harder next time. Don't you dare. He's already about to get whipped several times in this case by Francesca.
You pesky kids want something?
He's gonna hate that I show her this. She's gonna be like, you're gonna be an ex-prosecutor soon. She's gonna give me attitude.
That's a prosecutor's badge, right? I've seen a few of them to be- Ouch! Quit flashing that badge around in front of me, you no-good soon-to-be ex-prosecutor. If you like the dang thing so much, maybe you should have tried harder to keep it.
Rude! It's not my fault that parts of the justice system in this world are corrupt. I'm trying to fix it. It's not the badge I care about. I have more important things to protect.
I don't even need to ask Grandma to know what she'd say to that. Getting wrapped up in some long thing's the only way forward sometimes.
Thank you for such therapeutic advice. I'll bear it in mind. What about this?
I'm so glad we found you so quickly. Bet Kay would have been lost without her dear old dad.
Oh, they think Edward's old enough to be your dad. I'm not her father. I'm simply an acquaintance.
Really? Then why does she have your business card?
Why would you carry your parents' business card around? How many children do you know walk around with their parents' business cards in their pockets?
I have Grandma's.
It's because you work for her at the hospital. That's different.
That way I can be sure. Ouch! Who gives a hoot if you're the girl's father? You took her in. You dang well better look after her.
I fully intend to. You needn't worry about that. Kay is safe with me.
What are you doing here in the building? Never mind whatever the heck that is. Come here and give me a look at your ruffles, son.
I didn't need your opinion on my outfit, Dr. Hertz. I need your opinion on this piece of evidence.
Ain't interested. I gotta say, I'm not really interested either.
Maybe I'll have better luck with something else. They're funny. Alright, let's talk about you. Nurse Needler, could you tell me a little more about your relationship with Dr. Hertz?
Sure, let's see. Well, I've lived with her since I was little. If I got lost while I was out playing, she'd come looking for me till the sun went down. If I fell over and grazed my knee, she'd watch over till I found the strength to pick myself up.
It's quite the heartwarming tale. Very classic grandmother-grandchild relationship.
And once I became a nurse, if I stuck a needle in the wrong place, she'd say, "Not there, you bonehead, there!" And then she'd pull it right out and ouch!
Ouch, I felt that, pal. Can we stop talking about needles now? They do make me uncomfortable.
Anyway, so yeah, I can do any kind of nursing thing I need for Grandma now. I need for Grandma now. There we go.
Thank you. That was a very thorough answer indeed. Even if the story didn't end on a heartwarming note, it's nice to say they share such a close bond, I suppose.
Alright, examining the body. You must be the best coroner in town, Dr. Hertz. I bet you can spot a cause of death in seconds and get it right every time, huh?
What do you know about
Coroner, and that's a word.
you big galoot? You don't even know the first thing.
Ouch.
You'll have to forgive the detective, Dr. Hertz. I'll make sure he learns not to say such presumptuous things.
As if I care. You shut your pie hole and listen, Mr. Smarty Pants. Spotting a cause of death correctly in seconds is my bread and butter.
Then why did you get mad that he said that you could probably do it?
Which is why the one thing that gets my goat worse than anything is folks getting in my danged way. I think that's all she wanted to say. Satisfied?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. All we want to do is examine the body for clues. We'll do our best to stay out of your way. I imagine it's because of how seriously she takes her work that she reacts so colorfully to us.
Look, old people can be ornery. And some of them have earned the right to be. Some of them.
Hertz Hospital's the finest medical institution in the land. It would have to be with Grandma in charge. How about it? You look like you could use some R&R. You sure do, and you're in luck. We got an empty suite or two with fancy hot tubs and all right now.
Thank you, but as you can see, we're in perfectly fine health. We won't be needing a room at the hospital.
Are you running a hospital or resort spa? Yep, fit as fiddles and strong as oxes. That's our motto, right, sir? No, we don't have a motto, Gumshoe.
Maybe yours, detective, but I'd like to think I have a little more going for me than that.
That doesn't matter. Hertz Hospital welcomes the hale and hearty, too. They're healthy, so what? Stay anyway. Campaign is in full swing and going great. Not sick or injured? That's nice. Your room is half the price.
So you are running a resort.
Nothing on the earth could convince me to spend a night in the hospital for pleasure.
This is a one-time offer, you know, so how about it? Come stay at the happiest hospital in town.
Hot tub does sound pretty good. And half price? This might be too good to miss.
Gumshoe, you don't have money.
Edgeworth kept cutting your salary and all you can eat is like an instant noodle every other day.
Seriously, detective?
Francesca, hello?
Yes, what is it?
Would you like to look at my badge?
I'd like you to take a look at this, Francesca.
Fine. What am I looking at?
My prosecutor's badge.
And?
Just wanted to show it to you, that's all.
Oh
my god. Edgeworth, you sound so pathetic.
She has one! She doesn't need yours!
Ah, good. So you do still feel pain.
What's that supposed to mean?
I just wanted to make sure you hadn't foolishly gone and lost all brain function yet.
It was pretty stupid to show that to her. How about Kay's pin?
Miles Edgeworth, you might have plenty of time on your hands, but I'm a busy woman. Don't have time to look over every piece of garbage you thrust in front of me. Now put it away and consider the evidence in your possession more carefully before bothering me again.
She's every bit as unforgiving as ever, I see.
What about, you want to talk about Kay and her memory loss?
So, Kay Faraday has lost her memory? How could you let that happen, you fool?
I unfortunately have no good answer for that. We weren't there.
Excuse me, but it's not Mr. Edgeworth's fault. How are you walking around? You're covered from head to toe in bandages. Oh, thank you for your concern, but I'm fine, honest. You're really not yourself, are you? I didn't even say anything worth thanking me for. Miles Edwards, you better get our memory back ASAP or you'll be sorry!
Just say that with your words. Well, you could just say with your words that you're worried about her, you know? We made her mad, that's what I wanted. Alright, notice anything?
A murder in the trial chamber of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. This is serious. I did you the favor of allowing you to investigate further. I'll be expecting results.
You'll get them. I'd still be here if I didn't think I could deliver.
Come to think of it, why were you here in the first place?
She doesn't know I was summoned before the committee.
That's a long story. Longer than the nighttime, and deeper than the sea. How about we save Mr. Edward the trouble and I'll tell it you my
On second thought, I don't care why you're here. What's important is that we solve the case in front of us, agreed?
Wholeheartedly.
Wait, but you were the one who asked in the first place, sir!
What's that again? What's that saying again? We first think later?
Can't you make it the other way just for me?
That was 3 whippings all in one dialogue. Racking up the points, Gummy. Alright, talk about you. What are you doing here, Francesca? I thought you were working abroad on something with Interpol.
Wouldn't you like to know? Well, that's top secret, and I have neither the need nor obligation to tell you.
That should say as much.
Anyway, never mind that. Where's the prosecutor in charge of this case? Not that I know who's been assigned, but I was hoping they'd take care of the legwork for me. Yes, they haven't even bothered to show up. What in the world could they be doing?
I'm gonna bet it's Eustace.
Ouch, I'm not the prosecutor's keeper, sir.
It's hardly fair to whip people who don't deserve it, Francesca.
But uses a whip if you don't use it, And who better to use it on than anybody who isn't giving it 110%?
I don't know who's been assigned yet either, but I 110% feel for them already. It's probably just Eustace, in which case it's fine. He could use a little whipping. That kid has an overinflated ego. Alright, let's talk about you and Dr. Hertz. Couldn't help but notice that you seem to be acquainted with Dr. Hertz.
How very astute of you, Miles Edgeworth. Yes, I know her. Once upon a time, we... Oh, never mind.
She doesn't seem keen to talk about it. Perhaps I'd better leave it for now.
What happened, sir? What happened once upon a time? You can't not tell us now. Uh-oh. Ouch!
Only a foolish fool foolishly pries into another person's business. Now hold your tongue, Scruffy, or you'll get more than a mere tongue lashing.
It's a bit late for that.
Spares a whip spoils a child. A whip in time saves 9. Did you go to school, you whipless wonder?
Eek!
That's 2. Yes, it seems that leaving that alone was the right choice after all.
She's scary.
In a good way. She's fun. I like her a lot. She's a fun character. Alright, how's the investigation going, officer? Great, sir. To tell you the truth, I've forgotten all about work and decided to focus on daydreaming. Excuse me? They say if you think in pictures instead of words, it's really good for the right side of your brain, so... that'll be quite enough. In other words, he's not working, he's slacking. Right, so we looked at that.
Can't be easy reading books that size, or lifting them for that matter.
And the committee only just moved. Must have been quite the undertaking.
Hauling stuff around is kind of my forte. They should have given me a call.
If we run into the chairman, I'll be sure to ask if there's more heavy lifting to be done.
I was joking, sir. I can't be carrying stuff up 50 flights of stairs. I have a real job to do.
You know there's elevators, right, Gumshoe? I was joking too, detective, but why were you planning on taking the stairs? Bro, there's elevators. They exist. I gotta tell you. A miraculous piece of technology. The elevator. Can I look at the candelabra now? No? Alright. Oh, now I can. Cool. Also a magenta corsage. That's gotta be calling card of an assassin. Did they just assume her name was K because it says promises K? Well, one thing's for certain. This isn't Kay. She doesn't even look like her. I think we knew that already, Detective. Our Kay's standing right over there, after all. She has a key card. There's something on her hand. It looks like she was stabbed with the candelabra. The victim looks to be in her 30s. She's wearing a white suit. Maybe she's worked in one of those offices here in the building. Perhaps, but for now, she remains unidentified. The question is, why did the police seem to think her name was Kay? Because some of them are fucking idiots. Scour the scene. Yep, alright. Scour the scene. I'm interested in this murder weapon down here. I think this could be the murder weapon? Yes. 3-armed candelabrum. Victim suffered the same number of puncture wounds to the chest. Puncture wounds that could have well have been made by these spikes. A candle album? Gumship. Not quite, Detective. A candelabrum. A candle holder, in other words. Ah, I gotcha. That reminds me. I forgot to pay my electricity bill once a while back, and I had to live by candlelight for a whole month. Who does that in this day and age? A 3-armed candle holder that may have been the murder weapon, judging by the wounds in the victim's chest, and the fact that the spikes are red. That could be blood. But the question is, my question is, was she stabbed with this post-mortem? Like, they could have stabbed her after they did whatever was officially killed her. Anyway, this book. What the? That's Kay's promise notebook. Okay. So is that Rosie then? No, that means they're gonna accuse Kay of being the suspect. Oh, because they're so stupid. They're like, you met with the victim, so clearly you must be the murderer. And it's like, no. Means she met with the victim and got pushed off a building. Make sure you get your precious thing back. Okay, alright. Anyway, my guess is serial killer. With a calling card of a magenta corsage. It's where she wrote down all the promises she made to her dad. Haven't seen this in a while. Oh yeah! That was a thing from the first game. Deed. Book of vows made by a child to her father. Kay's promises to Daddy. Promise 1, never take things from a stranger. Promise 2, never go anywhere with a stranger. Promise 3, always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Promise 4, never cry in front of strangers. Promise 5, always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. But what exactly is it doing here? Oh, I just remembered something Detective Bad told me a few years back. He said something precious to Kay had disappeared from the station. Oh, okay. What? Evidence went missing from police custody? Detective Bad said he looked for it everywhere, but no dice. What could this mean? Why did it turn up here, of all places? You there, what do we know about this notebook, officer? The victim was holding it when they found her, sir. And it was the only thing with any kind of name on it at the time. Why did you assume that was her name then? It could be anybody's. So that's how she became Kay. Talk about a red herring. Still doesn't explain how she ended up with it, though. Only with a few more leads on the victim's true identity. I'm still looking around. Hold on. Pure white jacket with a deep red stain on its lapel. This jacket. Buttons are on the wearer's right-hand side. What's so weird about that? Buttons always go on the right, no? Not on women's clothing. Traditionally, the buttons would be on the left. Like I always say, sir, you sure know your stuff. This is common knowledge, Detective. Huh. Nothing else seems amiss. Wait, what's this in the pocket? Pair of gloves, also white. Don't seem to be soiled in any way. Imagine they must have belonged to the victim. But she definitely wasn't wearing them at the time because her hand is covered in blood, yeah?
obviously. And, well, I mean, they're also in her pocket, obviously. So whatever she needed them for, she wasn't using them. It doesn't look as if there's anything in the chest pocket. Nothing except this hole right here. By the look of how the fabric was torn, I think it was pierced by something sharp. Can't keep your coins in there now. They'd fall right out. Gumshoe! You never heard of a change purse, detective? Sure have, sir. It's another word for a pocket, right? Oh, God. I give up. Right, that's the right answer, Edgeworth. That's the right answer. The victim's hair is caked with blood. Looks like she was hit with something, huh? Fortunately, it's too early to say for certain. Perhaps an answer will turn up as we investigate further. Something pinned to the jacket here. Piece of magenta fabric. Whatever it looks like it was torn off pretty roughly. Oh. This was hers and it was found on Kay's possession. That's bad. Oh, this bodes poorly. Alright, what's happening with this hand? It seems she suffered a serious burn to her hand at some point. I think it has something to do with how she died? No, the scar's too old for that. I'd imagine it happened some time ago. She's holding something. Detective, could you open up her hand for me? Yes, sir, right away. What's this? Wait, I know. It's a loyalty card, probably from a store. Ouch! It's a key card. Why, sir? Why? The question we should be asking is, what does it open? I would assume it would open the entrance to the building, or to the floor. A security keycard is needed to enter the committee chamber. She was holding a keycard. Connect the dots. I'd imagine that the victim's key card probably grants access to this room, wouldn't you? Let me go find out, sir. I'm back. I found some details on that key card in the security system. It's for this room, just like you said. No shit. So the victim was able to enter and exit this chamber freely. Assuming that the key card actually belonged to her, yes. Indeed. Key card that grants entry to the committee chamber, found in the victim's hand. That's not... Well, actually, no. We should talk to Gummy about the new stuff. Talk about the victim. Oh, the victim had Kay's old notebook, huh? She did, which is why they thought her name was Kay, too. Talk about jumping to conclusions. I ought to arrest somebody for that. You're keen to arrest somebody, detective. How about you look for and arrest the murderer? Ouch. I was totally gonna help with that, too, sir. Yes, I suppose all we can offer at this point is help. In any case, there may still be clues we've missed. Let's take another look at the body, carefully. I think I know what we need to do, but I still want to talk to him. Let's talk about Kay and the case. Wonder how Kay lost her memory. Yes, I'm afraid that we still don't know enough at this moment to figure that out. When the victim did have Kay's promise notebook in her possession, which suggests that Kay might have had some kind of connection to this case. If Kay gets her memory back, it might lead to some huge breakthrough in the investigation. Not so sure that outlook is quite that rosy. Well, I just thought a way we could cure Kay's amnesia. Want to hear? I can already tell it's going to be terrible, so no. In fact, do me a favor and lock it away deep inside. But sir, just listen, okay? First we need a great big mallet. Then I'll take an aim for one big whack and... Oh my god, Gumshoe. Turn the key now, detective. Turn it and throw it away. That life is not a cartoon, Gumshoe. You can't just smack people with the mallet and expect them to get their memories back. We're scouring. Alright. So we're gonna deduce about this flower. this be related to the evidence? Yes, it's probably this corsage.
Eureka!
Judging by its appearance, I'd say that the flower Kay was carrying originally belonged to the victim. Yeah, now that you mention it, it does look like it's made of the same fabric. Indeed, let's make a closer comparison. The torn edges match up perfectly. You've got one heck of an eye, sir. It's color matching, it's fine. Torn from the victim's clothes, that's bad. The flower belonged to the victim.
This implies a connection between the victim and Kay Faraday. Furthermore, it appears that the flower was torn off with considerable force. Kay Faraday was involved in the incident somehow. And based on what we're seeing here, we have no choice but to treat her as our main suspect.
What? There's no way she could have done this. I can't even begin to imagine it. There isn't a murderous bone in her body. Nevertheless, we lack the evidence to disprove such an assertion.
For the moment, we're simply considering all the possibilities. Isn't that right, Miles Edgeworth?
Better or worse, yes. We done? We're done. Seems we're no closer to discovering the identity of our victim.
Then, am I really Kay? Can you really be sure?
Of course we're sure. What are you talking about?
Thank you. And that person lying there? Someone you may have murdered. But that's all we can say for now.
Don't say that. That's not nice, Francesca. No, there's no way she did. Isn't that right, sir? Indeed, I don't believe that the Kay we know could have done something like this.
You're becoming a real softie, Miles Edgeworth.
I'm gonna bet this is Eustace, so we're gonna give it Eustace's voice. Well, look at who it is again. Ugh, I know that voice. Know it! With the winning smile and the #1 name in the business, it is I, Prosecutor Eustace Winner. Oh, good, and Judge Cavell. Great, it's the two clowns.
Please forgive the intrusion. Step away from that body, Edgeworth.
Oh wait, hold on. That's Eustace, my bad. Step away from that body, Edgeworth. I didn't call for you and I don't need you. This case is mine. It's what the victim would have wanted. You knew the victim?
So it really is her. But be not afraid, everyone, for the goddess of justice will guide us to the truth.
She sure will. Now that I'm here, everything's going to be all right. Whoever did this will live to regret it. I'll show them what— Eek!
Miles Edgeworth, who's this imbecile?
Why am I getting the death glare? Got nothing to do with him.
And she's Gavon Karma, I presume. My apologies, I should have introduced myself sooner. Verity Gavel, at your service. And the deceased in this case is...
Rosie Ringer, attorney at law, and a member of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. So that's the Rosie who left the letter for Kay. Don't worry, I'll make sure you get your precious thing back, Rosie. See, that'd explain the key card. So you are the lead prosecutor? Yep, which means that this case will be solved in—
You didn't tell me your name yet, little boy.
You wanna know my name? All you have to do is— Ow! I am loving that she's whipping the shit out of him because he's such a brat. This is great.
Stop babbling and tell me, now!
It's Eustace. Eustace Winner. I think we've established where the balance of power lies in this particular room.
Mr. Guy in charge? Here, this is from Grandma.
What's this? Oh, the preliminary findings! Looks like it's game over for you, Edgeworth. This isn't a game, Mr. Winner.
Alright, that's me done. See you next stiff. Yeah, home time. I could murder a bowl of noodles right about now. We're out of here, everybody. Stay healthy.
I like how they just kind of slide their way out of there. Let's see. So the wound on her head is from when she fell over after she died? Eustace. It was the candle holder that killed her, huh? And she died sometime late last night. He literally just told us everything on the autopsy report. What now, Gavel? It's very kind of you to share the coroner's findings with everybody, Eustace. But perhaps you should leave it there. We wouldn't want you to strain your voice, after all. No, that would be a tragedy. Initial findings of Dr. Hilda Hertz, cause of death, stab wounds to the chest, head injury sustained post-mortem. Okay, so it was the other way around. Got it. Anyway, that settles it. We need to arrest Kay Faraday. What? What the heck are you talking about? I think Eustace's meaning was very clear. Miss Faraday's the murderer. And though she's dressed differently than usual... How the fuck can they just, like, accuse people straight up on murder on such, like, flimsy evidence, not be like, hey, you're just a suspect and we just need to question you? Like, why do they always jump the gun? Things would be so much simpler if they were just, like, not inept idiots, you know? But then we wouldn't have a game. This young lady covered in bandages is Miss Faraday herself, correct? Really mean to arrest her here and now? If you do, then I'll be forced to object, loudly and forcefully. And as if a further confirmation were needed, there it is. The committee was right to call your conduct into question. It is questionable in the extreme. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, just go. It's fine. Fine? This is anything but fine, Kay. I still don't remember anything. So, maybe I did do it. Maybe I killed that poor woman and I just don't remember. The goddess smiles on those who confess their sins. It is her wish that our confessions cleanse us. She applauds your commitment to the cause of justice, as do I. Judge Gavel, Eustace, if you really intend to arrest Kay, could you at least explain your grounds for doing so? I, for one, certainly don't intend to yield. Not until I've seen some evidence to support your accusations. Then allow me. Prepare to be hit with a face full of a deductive genius, Edgeworth. Oh, good. Testimony, great. Why he thinks Kay did it. They call it the human race because somebody has to win it, and that somebody is me. I won this race too. I saw it before anybody else did. Kay Faraday is the murderer, no doubt about it. She snuck into the committee chamber looking to do some of her trademark great thieving. Which means that nobody but her could have killed Rosie Ringer. How the fuck would she have gotten in? Deductive genius? That was a total mess. If Detective Gumshoe was saying that, you know it must be bad. Yes, you explain your grounds for arresting Kay, yet you have explained exactly nothing. True, but we haven't seen any proof of her innocence either. It's alright, Kay. Mr. Edgeworth will pull off a miracle somehow. You just gotta believe in him. My deductions aren't acts of divine intervention, you know. Well, Miles Edgeworth, I'd hate for you to disappoint me. But in the event that you do, I'll be sure to freely let you know. She's on our side, thankfully. Alright, press everything. Why are you such a piece of shit, Eustace? There are two major flaws with that statement you just made. Flaws? In a statement of mine? I don't make mistakes. It's literally impossible. This is our fourth case together, Eustace. You make mistakes all the time. Wait, hold on. Was he in the first one? I don't remember. Anyway, this ain't our first rodeo, and you're kind of known to be an idiot, so... And that's a third flaw right there. You're just trying to confuse me! It's a cheap tactic, even for you! Well, it won't work, because I'm the world champion of not getting confused, so there! He won the race, and he says it's Kay.
Do you mind explaining the grounds for your accusation in a little more detail? Also, why would you think that finding out the murderer is a race? That should be, like, not a thing that you try to speed up as much as possible. You want to get the right person. Well, if you insist, prepare to be wowed, Edgeworth. I figured it all out before anybody else even had the chance. Before I even saw the scene. No, before I even heard about the case. Makes, like, no sense. I knew it right away. She did it. She's the murderer. It can't be anybody else. Eek! Grounds. You sorry? I was just getting to that. Snuck into the chamber.
Hold it!
That's not very specific. Really? And what was it she was trying to steal? Well, a file. A very particular file. One pertaining to your professional conduct, in fact, Mr. Edgeworth. And can you prove that she needed this file badly enough to steal it? Oh, there'll be no need to go into that. Will there, Mr. Prosecutor? No, that, won't be necessary. He doesn't want Francesca to know because she'll get really mad because he studied under her dad. Please, Mr. Winner, continue. Nobody but her could have killed Rose. Literally, so many other people could have done it. We don't know who yet, but like, we have barely begun investigating. You can't just jump to a conclusion. And you have proof that it could only have been Kay who committed the murder? Nope. Might I suggest you try looking into other possible suspects with all due haste? And that, I believe, would be the winning approach here. The winning approach? According to the reports we've received, the police found no signs of anyone else's involvement. So you're accusing Kay based on that alone? A little tenuous even for you. And suggesting that there are other possible suspects when there clearly aren't, isn't? Only had something that could prove Kay didn't do it. This is obviously a setup, plain and simple. You don't have to... It's alright, Kay. The truth will come out, I promise. I just need you to give me some time. Oh, okay. Kay isn't capable of murder. There's no way she killed Miss Ringer. I'd have to prove that somehow, or she'll remain a suspect. She snuck into the chamber. But, like, how? You need a key card. A key card that grants entry to the committee chamber found in the victim's hand. Alright, let's try this.
Objection!
She didn't have a key card. How's she gonna sneak in? Are you familiar with this room, Mr. Winner? Certainly sounds like you are. What can I say? Winners know where winners go. And I'm number 1, and 2, and 3. In other words, the majority of your work is second, if not third rate. Why do you always have to make fun of me? Because you're an idiot, Eustace. You can take it as a slight if you wish, but the fact remains that you seem unfamiliar with this key card. Who do you take me for? Of course I'm familiar with it. You need one of those to get in here. Don't you? Have you no shame? Eek! Mr. Winner, do you really even suspect Kay? Of course I do. She did it. Faraday's the killer. Perhaps you can tell us how Kay got into such a secure room as this without a key card. There was yeah. A masterful summary. Now, as we know, only members of the committee have key cards, therefore only they can enter. Precisely. Why is she agreeing with me? Please take a look at this. I had security pull the data earlier.
As you can see, the door to this room was opened at 12:52 a.m. with Miss Ringer's keycard.
7:28 p.m. Who's 324-61983? Wait a minute. But April 4th should be the next day. Y'all trying to time shenanigan me. I hate this. I now have to think about if 12:52 a.m. is going to be on April 4th or on April 5th. Because it would be the evening of April 4th. I need to know more information here. I hate this. Alright, records of keycards used to enter the committee chamber. Thanks.
We cannot know for certain, of course, but who's to say the culprit didn't enter the room with Miss Ringer, and then kill her over some sort of subsequent disagreement?
Certainly a plausible theory, but that's all it is. For one, it would require the victim and her murderer to have known one another. Edgeworth, shut up right now. You can't. Don't do this. Don't do this to me. You have the evidence. You know they know each other. Oh my god. Man, Kay didn't know the woman. Shut up, Gumshoe. Please stop. I'm sure of it. No, you're not. You're not.
Overruled.
Oh my god.
How can you possibly be sure of such a thing? That's pure speculation on your part, Detective. There's no place for guesswork in the courtroom or at a crime scene. Hard evidence is what is required. In that case, are you suggesting that you have set hard evidence to support your theory? Evidence that Kay Faraday and Rosie Ringer knew one another? But of course.
What? You literally have it in your pocket, Edgeworth.
I have here a letter. Dr. Hertz found it in the victim's chest pocket.
Shit. Rosie, thanks so much for agreeing to help with my plan. Now we something. Another of the victim's possessions. You kept this to yourself until now. Planned for this, didn't you? Is that why? It was a candle holder that killed her, huh? And she died sometime late last night? What now, Gavel?
It's very kind of you to share the coroner's findings with everybody, Eustace. But perhaps you should leave it there. We wouldn't want you to strain your voice, after all. Shall I read it for you? Rosie, thanks so much for agreeing to help with my plan. Now we can both get what we want. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago. Kay. This would seem to indicate pretty strongly that the two of them were accomplices, wouldn't you say? Accomplices in a plot to steal from this very room in which we are standing.
No. Okay, we need to know more about who Rosie was.
Wait, so your principal suspect is Miss Kay Faraday for the second crime as well as Miss Ringer's murder.
Okay.
I'm the principal suspect?
Don't listen to her. It's all lies. All of it. You're not like that. You never do any of the stuff they're accusing you of. Okay, but... hold on. From their perspective, Kay could be anybody, right? How do you know it's RK? It's not like she signed it Kay Faraday. She just signed it Kay. Well, we have the other half of the letter, so we kind of know it's her.
And how do you explain the letter, Detective?
Like Mr. Winner, I suspected that Judge Gavel herself had some proof to support her accusation. I didn't expect it to be quite so definitive. Nicely done, Gavel!
Thank you, Eustace.
Hold it!
Not done here yet. I still have questions. You'd better have answers.
Would you mind if I handled this, Eustace?
Be my guest. Have fun arguing with Edgeworth into the ground. Can't let them steamroller me on this. I have to find a way to take back the advantage. Kay's letter.
As the letter more than adequately proves, Miss Faraday and Miss Ringer were acquainted. It seems Miss Faraday had asked for Miss Ringer's help in a plot of some kind. But for whatever reason, their alliance must have broken down. Miss Ringer lost her life in the resulting disagreement, but she had one less card to play. A letter she kept safe in her left chest pocket, which spells out the name of her killer.
I mean, that's still pretty, like... It just proves that they knew each other and that they met up. And that there was a potential motive, but we don't really know what happened, so you can't just, like, assume that, like, everything played out the way that you think it did. She's good. Better than ever, even. Think you can take her down, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, of course. Don't do this out of pride, Miles Edgeworth. If you're going to fail, do it on somebody else's time.
Hey, whose side are you on, sir?
There's only one side to be on, Scruffy. The side of the truth.
Oh, looks like this kid's got something to say.
Well, if there's only one side to be on, then it has to be on the winning. Ah! Quiet, you.
My thoughts exactly. I love you, Francesca. Thank you for shutting him up. Alright, rebuttal time. Press the letter.
What exactly was the nature of the relationship? Miss Faraday was grateful for Miss Ringer's cooperation, just as the letter says. I think that more than adequately describes it, don't you? Now, as I was saying...
I mean, you don't know what kind of plot. Like, Kay was just really bad about words and, like, calling them... using the appropriate word for the context. She was bad about that. We know this about her, so you can't just, like, jump to conclusions.
Hold it!
Can you tell us any more about this plot? The letter implies a theft.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Her known occupation implies a theft, but the letter itself implies nothing of the sort. And it was written by your friend Faraday, making her the prime suspect. Case closed. Anybody can forge a letter. It's not conclusive proof of anything.
I also seem to recall Miss Faraday referring to herself as a great thief on more than one occasion.
She's on sabbatical.
How can you be so sure of that? It's unlikely she would tell you if she had resumed her activities, surely. Perhaps she took up to stealing again and simply chose to keep it from you?
Can't prove that either way right now, and she knows it.
As I was saying, it seems Miss Faraday and Miss Ringer were involved in a plot to steal something.
I don't have proof that they weren't trying to steal something, is the problem. But she thinks the alliance broke down. We don't have proof of that either.
Whatever reason, could you be a little more specific? Not at the moment. But I'm sure our investigation will uncover any number of possibilities.
If you still need to investigate, you shouldn't be saying for sure that somebody's a murderer. You could say that they're a suspect. You could say that they're being detained for questioning, but you can't just say, like, yeah, you're clearly the murderer when you're still investigating. That kind of call should come when you're done investigating.
Whereas your lack of proof that Miss Faraday is innocent continues to be a major problem for you.
I can see that some of the evidence would seem to point to Kay's involvement, but none of it is anywhere near conclusive.
A letter explicitly outlining a connection to the victim, backed up by supporting evidence from the scene. How much more conclusive could it be? And what's more, where is your proof to the contrary?
Lost her life in the disagreement. Is there any actual evidence to show that Kay killed Miss Ringer?
You don't just give up. You don't give up, do you? What do you call that letter, huh? Evidence, duh.
I wouldn't be so sure. For one thing, it doesn't mention anything resembling a murder plan.
It doesn't? Oh, I guess not, huh?
Ha! But it will once we hold a flame to it and reveal the secret writing. Oh my god, you're a fucking idiot.
Wouldn't place too much hope in that revealing anything, Eustace. And we don't need it to. Not when we have...
Letter was in her pocket. What do you... What does she mean it spells out the name of her killer? Explain.
Hold it!
We were able to examine the pocket in question for ourselves.
And you want to know why the letter wasn't in there, I assume?
It's simple. The police's #1 priority was handing it over to me. Victim's body discovered in committee chamber. Preliminary findings place time of death at some time late last night. Cause of death is set to 3 puncture wounds on the left side of the chest inflicted by a candle holder. Victim also suffered a head injury post-mortem. Prominent burn mark on the back of victim's right hand. But like... I have a thought. My thought is, supposedly, there should be a giant hole in the pocket from the candelabra. But like, I can't quite tell where... I assume this is the top of the pocket right here. So like, there should be a hole in this letter if it was in her pocket.
The victim had kept it on the left side of her chest, next to her heart, in other words, to indicate her heart's desire that her killer be brought to justice.
That doesn't make any sense. She would have died right away from being stabbed. I don't understand you sometimes. I have little interest in sentimental speculations about Miss Ringer's desires, but one thing does interest me. The fact that you said the letter was in the victim's left chest pocket.
It is the truth, as the goddess is my witness. That is where the letter was found. There is no doubt about it.
Same place where she was stabbed with the candelabra. I think that might prove to be a very important clue. Can't imagine Kay writing a letter like that. But unless we can get more out of Judge Gavel, I don't think we'll be able to prove that she didn't. We should try pressing the good judge on some of her statements and see if she let something slip. Left chest pocket, huh? But like, it's either this or the letter itself. Should there be a hole in the letter?
Objection!
So, the victim kept the most vital clue of all closest to her heart. Very touching.
The voices of the dead fight to be heard.
Nope, that was Game 3 of the original Ace Attorney trilogy. Oh, wait, hold on. No, it was Spirit of Justice, Game 6. So, second trilogy. Spirit of Justice. That's the voices of the dead fighting to be heard. Actually, no, technically, I guess, since the very beginning, because we had spirit channeling the entire time. That's Phoenix's side. Spirit channeling, voices of the dead, that's their shtick.
Even then, they don't always reach us. But her voice rang loud and true, and it told us that Miss Faraday is her killer.
You may have misheard her, Your Honor. Perhaps an evil spirit was trying to mislead you. Hey, you take that back! Perhaps we should try listening to the words of the coroner's report instead.
By all means. If I recall correctly, the victim was stabbed on her left side. No.
Yes, I'm afraid so. Claimed that the letter was found in the victim's left chest pocket. Right where she was stabbed by the candle holder. Indeed, 3 puncture wounds to the chest, yet not one on the letter. Miraculous, no? Well, Judge Gavel, how do you explain that? Because I can think of one explanation. The letter was deliberately placed there after the fact in order to cast suspicion on Kay. Someone went to a lot of trouble to create the crime scene we see before us. And that someone is the real culprit who almost certainly also forged this letter.
No!
It's clear that the culprit intended to frame Kay by means of that letter. You fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. like when Gumshoe's telling you that you fell for something, it just makes you feel extra stupid.
Objection!
No, Faraday did it. The letter was in her other pocket.
Yeah. What other pocket? There is no other pocket that has blood on it, you dum-dum. Huh? Seriously?
Oh, left chest pocket things. Mistake. Whoever reported it must have meant their left. Ah! Stop your foolish floundering, you foolishly foolish fool! Are you just that incurably foolish? Why do you keep whipping me? Stop making fun of my deductions! Yeah!
It brings my heart such joy that he's getting whipped by Francesca because of anybody in this series. Someone who's deserved it the most. He is so annoying.
I saved you the trouble of disciplining him.
Yes, even though I had no intention of doing so. The letter is stained with blood, which suggested had indeed been placed somewhere on her left side. Therefore, I doubt there was some sort of mistaken report. Not unless you find the report was given. Not unless that report was given by you.
What? Val, say something!
No objections? Good. And allow me to continue. So, we have established the existence of a second suspect.
No, we haven't! The murderer had to get in here, remember?
Okay, but like you do see very clearly on the freaking keycard report that you handed over to me that like 2.5, 3 hours before Rosie came in, there was somebody else who had used their keycard to come in, and there was no saying that like they left. We have no idea whose name it was.
Who else could have gotten in apart from Faraday and Ringer?
Whoever it was would have needed a keycard. Judge Gavel proposed that the killer entered the room together with the victim. What if there is something else questionable about the very basis of her theory itself? This piece of evidence points to another suspect other than Kay. The keycard report. Why would you not question the fact that there was somebody else who came in the same day, a few hours before? So illogical. Again at the keycard report provided by Judge Gavel a short while ago. As already noted, the victim's keycard was used at 12:52 a.m. You will note that someone else's keycard is also listed.
A mystery person who could have entered beforehand and lay in wait for the victim, you mean? This other person entered at 10:15 p.m., so it's certainly not outside the realm of possibility. Except I'm afraid it is.
Where's your evidence, huh, Your Honor?
My evidence? I am the evidence, detective.
I would not be surprised if she was the one who did it, because she fucking sucks.
Does my keycard?
Keycard data updated.
There's nothing suspicious about a committee member entering the chamber as I please, is there?
Were you followed? Were you followed? Are you actually the murderer because you're a terrible person? It's not gonna be her that she's the murderer. I just think she's a terrible person. Perhaps not, but that's also not the exonerating evidence you seem to think it is. Unless you can also prove that you yourself didn't murder your colleague. Nope, nope. You can't vouch for yourself. We need to investigate, and you can't cross yourself off the list. Somebody else, a third party, an impartial party needs to come in here and become the new judge. Because now you're involved in the case, and it's not fair.
Utter nonsense. What would I have to gain from killing her?
I'm sure you know how I'm going to answer that, Your Honor. I believe further investigation will shed light on any motives you might have had.
I am a faithful servant of the goddess. Why would I ever resort to an act of crime? I used my keycard, that much is true. But my reason for entering this room is far from questionable.
And perhaps you'd care to tell us why? You don't want her to do that in front of Francesca Edgeworth. You should stop right now. Don't do it.
I had business here in the committee chamber. There were certain preparations to make.
Preparations? Sounds pretty suspicious to me. You guys know what it is. You know what it's about. You know what was supposed to happen today. Just stop. Please stop.
I'm not at liberty to share what I was preparing for. But I'm sure Prosecutor Edgeworth can make an educated guess.
My hearing. She must have been busy gathering the documents they were going to use against me. To relieving me of my badge. Alright, children, that's enough. It's good to keep our skills and our tongues sharp, especially when we're young, but that'll do for now. Who the fuck are you? Ah, really takes me back to the days of my youth. Back when I would wrangle with a certain detective. Who are you? He disappeared, you know. He'll be out there somewhere, living his best life. You'll have to forgive me, it's so emotional. The tears, I can't stop them.
Chairman Winner.
Oh my god, it's Eustace's fucking dad! Okay, if Rosie was on our side and trying to help us, just wild theory crafting. If Rosie was trying to help us and and Rosie and Kay working together, trying to help our case before, Gavel tries to take us down, Eustace's dad would have every reason to try to kill Rosie and Kay to stop them from trying to get Edgeworth off the hook, because if they get rid of Edgeworth, then that makes his stupid son, his idiotic son, in a good position to be a top prosecutor for whatever reason, because nepotism. I'm gonna say the motive behind this murder, this senseless murder, in our great Ace Attorney world, where there's certainly not a lot of murders and a lot of corruption going on in the political system and the judicial system. I'm gonna say that the motive was nepotism. Winner. Cute snoring? Momo snoring? That is very cute. Draco's not with me today. Ah, Verity, my girl. Do you ever stop working? Your dedication puts us all to shame. And is this young Francisca I see before me? Yeah, child, when did you get so big?
Uncle Winner, it's been far too long.
And so formal. I thought we were like family. You used to sit on my knee and shout, Uncle Winner, at the top of your little lungs. That smile of his is like the most suspect thing that I've seen this entire game. It's definitely him. He's definitely the murderer and the one gunning to get rid of Edgeworth. But time goes by so very fast. One can't help but shed a tear. Dad, what are you doing here? What am I doing here? Committee member has been murdered and you're in charge of the case, my boy. What is this? Bring your pops to work day?
Silence. Do you have any idea who he is? This man is practically the right hand of the goddess herself.
Is that why Judge Gavel is sucking up so hard to Eustace and trying so hard to make Eustace look good because she's sucking up to the dad?
Former chief prosecutor and the current chairman of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence.
Now, Verity. There's no need to bring all that up. I'm just a harmless old man, really. You're corrupt as fuck. It's very clear. Allow me to apologize for the detective's rudeness. I am Miles Edgeworth, correct? And your little subordinate, Dick Gumshoe. I'm Excelsius winner. Father to this idiot boy, among other things. He knows he's an idiot? Wow. Mild self-awareness. More than I was expecting. I thought he was gonna be trying to like prop up his son and be like, yeah, he's the greatest thing ever. He's clearly like an S-tier prosecutor. But it's like, no, he knows he's a fucking idiot and he's just trying to, he's still trying to help him because nepotism. And he's like, don't make me look bad, you little... My wife and I were so happy when he was born. And now she's gone too. It only knows to where. Did she leave you because you're a piece of shit? Dad, you're... Here, use my handkerchief. Thank you, son. You're a good boy. In your own silly way. Father like son, I suppose. Though it's hard to say who's the bigger fool. Well, Verity, how goes the investigation?
Thank you for asking, sir. We have identified a prime suspect, 1K Faraday. We are currently trying...
You don't have nearly enough to make her your prime suspect, and you know it. Or have you forgotten what we just discovered about the letter?
Objection!
I told you that was just a mix-up. They got the wrong pocket. Don't test my patience.
All right, that's enough. Let's all just calm down, shall we?
Sorry you had to see that, sir. My humblest apologies.
I think you've all made your cases very clearly. Well, except for you, Eustace.
What? But, Dad!
We are prosecutors, and it is our duty to identify suspects and bring them to justice. But I wouldn't dare call someone a suspect without evidence or motive. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, I know all about your relationship to the accused. Like as thieves seem pretty apt based on what I've heard. He's no criminal. She's helped us to catch the bad guys loads of times. What about this case is still unclear, sir. Please, you have to let us... it's heartwarming, really. The bonds of friendship are so strong among the young. What are you burning? But circumstances being what they are, I'm afraid those bonds won't be enough. You should not be burning anything. What were those papers? What the heck is that supposed to mean? The prosecutor's office needs this case cleared up as quickly as possible. That's not a good reason. Yes, you want to catch murderers as quickly as possible, but like you shouldn't. You still need to do your due diligence regardless. And I don't like the fact that like one of his animations is he's clearly burning evidence. That bodes ill. Time is oh so precious. We have so little of it and there are so many other cases. Sorry, but you understand, of course, don't you? That's a terrible smile. You're suspicious as fuck. All right, Miss K. Faraday, time to come along quietly.
Yes, sir.
We're not taking her. She's innocent, I tell ya.
Defy the chairman of the committee is to defy the law itself. It is an act so brazen, a hearing won't be necessary at all. Are you prepared for Mr. Edward to lose his badge over this detective?
What? You... Either K goes down or Mr. Edward loses his badge? What the heck am I supposed to do?
You lose his badge to shield yourselves. Oh, how the committee too has fallen.
K, you're innocent. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise.
Thank you. We've only known each other for a short while, but you've been very kind. I'm sorry. Sorry for being a criminal. Your contrition has been noted, Miss Faraday, and will be conveyed to the Goddess of Justice.
What in the world should I do? Look, if Phoenix can get Maya off the hook multiple times, this is nothing. As little, all I wanted was to be like my father. Game? Hello? Oh. That's weird. To become an attorney and fight for those who can't fight for themselves. But now, my fate is tied to that of this one tiny badge. One tiny badge against the life of a dear acquaintance. Am I kidding? There's nothing to weigh up here.
I guess this is it. Goodbye, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hold it!
Judge Gavel, a moment please.
Yes, what is it?
Francesca's mad.
Your badge? What is the meaning of this?
I'm returning it. From this day forth, I'm a prosecutor no longer.
Mr. Edgeworth! What are you doing, Miss Edgeworth? Explain yourself right now! You're giving that all up? Just like that?
Can't mean it, sir. Tell me you're kidding. Please. I gotta go be a defense attorney for a day. And I gotta defend Kay. You're not a prosecutor anymore. What does that make me? You're still a detective. Just help me the way you help Phoenix all the time. I have one duty and one duty alone. To pursue the truth. Being a prosecutor means I must turn a blind eye to the very truth before me. And I will gladly shed the title to be free. I carve my own path, one I believe in. I want to let my search for the truth end here.
Objection!
Are you running away from the Von Karma from me?
Say what you will, Francesca. You won't change my mind.
So you're leaving me behind again! I'll never forgive you for this! Never! No! This is all my fault. None of this would have happened if it wasn't for me.
Wait, Kay, don't go! Stay right where you are, detective. But sir! Not a prosecutor anymore. Don't say that! Where you go, I go, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm always there, right by your side. There's no need for you to do that now, detective. Simply focus on your job and do what you can. You gotta find evidence to protect Kay. Gumshoe, go! Well, now, this is no good, is it? Let a dangerous criminal run free. I try and try, and yet it's never enough.
There's no need to worry, sir. We'll set up a cordon. She won't get far.
She'd better not. I'll be very disappointed in you if she does. It's definitely him. This guy's slimy as fuck. If you're truly on the side of justice, you need to start questioning your life decisions right now, Verity. Be like, this dude was willing to give up his badge to pursue the truth. And seek true justice. What does that say about you? Alright. April 5th. 5:58 p.m. High Prosecutor's Office. Room 1202. We're gonna have to clean out our room. Kay. He's not here either. Where are you? Oh, Fender.
Knockity knock knock, a special visitor.
Fender.
Oh, talk about an unhappy face. Everything okay, big guy? Won't you earn yourself too many admirers looking like that?
What are you doing here? Has something happened?
Has something happened, yes, I'll say. It's been all over the news. A murder in the committee chamber? I'd call that happening, all right. And what with your hearing being today, I thought, well, I couldn't help wondering if you were involved.
Reporting it on the news already?
Heck yeah. Dead lawyer, young woman on the run, and lapping it up. It's crazy stuff, but compelling too, I gotta admit.
So, you gonna give me the lowdown or what? It was Kay's lost her memory. She's the prime suspect. And we're no longer a prosecutor, so time to go back to your father's company, Edgeworth. Well, actually. Whoa, maybe warn a guy before blowing his mind next time. Things are even crazier than I thought. This isn't a joke, Fender. Kay's out there somewhere, all alone and without her memory. Not to mention being the suspect in a murder. That definitely doesn't make things any easier. But where the heck could she have gotten to? Sure she doesn't remember the zip? Thought she might have come here, but... no luck, huh? Can't say I'm surprised. Sounds like she thinks she's done you wrong. She wouldn't want to cause you even more trouble by rocking up on your doorstep. Think I don't know that? I'm out of places to look. Hey, take a chill pill, compadre. This isn't like you. Wound up tighter than a clockwork monkey. Which isn't a bad thing, necessarily. After all, it's got even you running from pillar to post looking to save an innocent from jail. Acting like the attorney I know you were born to be. Look, Fender, I may have given up my badge earlier. That doesn't mean I've decided to become an attorney. I mean, but for Kay's sake, you will, right? Right? However, Kay isn't just some suspect in a murder to me. Also, we need an attorney for Kay, like one that's impartial. We could also just hit up Phoenix. He could totally do it for us. We're friendsies. Somebody I've come to know very well, even if we've only been acquainted for a short while. And she'd never harm a fly, let alone another person. Blow my mind twice in 5 minutes, why don't you? Kid's lucky to have you in her corner, champ. I hope you don't mind me saying this, but that's quite the bond that sprung up between the two of you. Have to give me and your old man's a run for its money, even. It's nothing like that, really. She's... hold on. She just likes to involve herself in my affairs. You can say that again? What I've seen, she likes to charge into things no holds barred. She's done you some good, I can tell. You two make a great team. Can't say I'm not a little jealous, seeing as my partner in crime's no longer around. Anyway, you need to track her down. Connections like that don't grow on trees. I should know. Alright, how about this for a plan? You're fresh-eyed ideas about where she could be, and you can't just walk the streets shouting her name. Why not go back to the source, looking at how she lost her memory in the first place? Just might turn up some clues that'll help narrow things down. It's not a bad idea. Based on what she told us, it sounds like it all started at the big building. And that's where we're headed. Next stop in the big time. Maybe you can give your face the good news on the way. Kay won't come frolicking back into the fold if it's the first thing she sees is you scowling like that. Very funny, and is truly a force of nature all on his own. April 5th, 6:42 p.m., big building. Viewing platform. Hold on, you know what I just realized? You know who else was wearing a shit ton of red? This guy! It very well is likely him. Pushed Kay off the building for whatever reason. Again, probably because of nepotism. Censure set quickly. Not even a murder on the premises could make this place close its doors. Gotta chase that last dollar, huh? Hardly anybody around, though. Guess we got the whole place to ourselves. Not aside from the Hertz duo over there. First step towards proving Kay's innocence is to figure out how she lost her memory. Earth to Miles, we've got some sleuthing to do. This rooftop paradise is all ours, so let's focus up and do what we're good at for Kay, alright? Do what we're good at, huh? Suppose I should be grateful there's at least something we can do.
Pegasus, the winged horse of legend. Wait. Isn't that a horn on its forehead? Oh, it's a unicorn? No, that can't be right either. Unicorns don't have wings.
Alicorn? Is that what they're called?
What's this? There's a little plaque there at the bottom showing the name of the piece. Contradictions. It'll teach me to bother engaging with such things.
But there's a name for that.
Hello? Mr. Edgeworth, we meet again.
What are you two doing up here?
Well, seeing as we came all this way, we thought we might as well enjoy some cotton candy. What the heck are you doing here? Looking to get yourself in even more hot water?
You needn't worry about me, Dr. Hertz. I'll be just fine.
Whatever you say, Mr. Soon-to-be ex-prosecutor turned ex-prosecutor. Saw that coming a mile off.
But I turned in my badge.
Wait, what? You got fired?
As I said, you needn't concern yourself with my affairs.
If you say so. So, oh, how's Kay doing?
She's on the lam.
Uh-oh, did something happen? Maybe I can help? How about an injection?
No injections, thank you. Fortunately, a jab a day does not keep the world's troubles at bay.
Yeah, it did get kind of chilly, huh? Come on, let's head home. Alright then, Mr. Edgeworth, catch you again soon.
Well, now I can look at the cotton candy stand. Huh. Okay, so it's not the kind of stand where you buy stuff. It's just you come up here and you make your own. No, but there still has to be somebody in it. Right? I don't know how they get in, but like this clearly looks like you gotta be able to get in there and... Cause like the shield's on... Somebody has to be able to stand here. The shield's on this side. So someone has to stand here to actually make the cotton candy. But how do they get in and out? Cause like it's all... I guess you kind of squeeze through and then... I don't know. I don't know, man. This is a really weird setup. Hey, you! Yeah, you! How about some delicious parting clouds, cotton candy to brighten your day? There is somebody in there. It's just an invisible NPC. So there could be someone behind the stand. They don't have to be like floating in the air. It's not that weird. Parting clouds. It's a name for the fact that we're so close to the clouds up here. Our gimmick is we take a normal serving of cotton candy and we split it in half. Part it, if you will. Half the candy, same price, double the profit. We're laughing all the way to the bank. That's... No, that's a scam. I don't think your customers will be laughing if you keep sharing that information quite so freely. Looks like a TV for showing announcements from the various companies in the big building. But at the moment, it's just showing a regular broadcast channel. Ugh. What am I standing here for? Steel Samurai isn't on today. Right, Edgeworth. Okay. You wanted to watch Steel Samurai. The beak and wings of a bird and the body of a lion. I guess these statues are meant to guard the peace of this little rooftop haven. To say, they're incredibly detailed, almost frighteningly so. Instead of feeling welcome, I wonder how many people have been scared off by these instead. Insert a coin to take a good look at the distant landscape for a few minutes. Kay absolutely would have been all over this. The Kay I know, anyway. For now, I'd better focus on my powers of observation on this rooftop. So, how did Kay lose her memory? Think there was something she wanted to forget? Maybe some particularly choice words from Miles to the insult comic? Of course not. Wouldn't dream of saying anything so terrible she'd want to forget. Detective Gumshoe, on the other hand, could do with a few more choice words on occasion. Poor guy, I don't envy him one bit. Why does it look like there should be another pair of binoculars here, but they are missing? It's the person in the raincoat that Kay saw.
Supposedly approached her from the direction of the concession stand. Which would suggest she was pushed over this railing here. Kay was pushed by a person in a red raincoat who had walked toward her from the concession stand. The railing is chest high. You have to try really hard to go tumbling over the edge of it. Everything looks sturdy enough too. It's a pretty sizable cherry tree. Its flowers are just on the cusp of full bloom. According to what Kay told us, she was standing beneath this tree until she was pushed and fell. Why were you in the tree?
Hi.
Hey.
Don't mind me. I was just lying in wait.
That would make you a criminal, Kay. Perhaps you meant to say laying low?
Oh, yes, that.
Nevertheless, I doubt people will look kindly on a suspect haunting the site of her supposed crime. Surely you understand that, even in your current state? Top of which, while you've been playing hide-and-go-seek, I've been worried sick and frantically trying to find you.
Are you mad at me?
Of course I am. And what were you thinking coming back here? Wait, what? Why did you tell her that you're mad at her? It's just gonna make her feel bad. Do you think your amnesia would excuse your recklessness?
No! I came to try and help you get your badge back.
What?
I thought if I could get my memory back, I might be able to remember killing that poor woman.
No! No, you have to remember that you didn't kill her! No! Other way around! Oh my god.
I thought if I came back to where I lost my memory, maybe I could...
It's one thing you haven't lost, you know. Your ability to surpass my expectations at every turn. I couldn't be more certain now that you're the Kay I know so very well. However, I don't appreciate you being so reckless, do you hear me?
Sorry.
Seriously, Miles, you're killing me here. Thank you, Fender. Yeah, banking good guy points, then you went and blew it by blowing your top. Good to see you, kiddo. Glad to see you're safe. Come on, bring it in.
Okay.
That's the spirit. Not now, Fender. Yeesh, I was just trying to lighten the mood. Live news now from the big building where a shocking murder took place earlier today. Police continue their hunt for a young woman known to have been present at the scene. She's considered the prime suspect, and police say that no effort is being spared in trying to track her down. Ooh, mama. They're not messing around, huh? Well, team, what's the plan? Looks like the clock's ticking down, and fast. Indeed, it's only a matter of time before they find us. Alright, first things first, Kay, you're sticking with us from now on, capiche?
But I caused you so much trouble already.
Can hardly make things any worse for me at this point.
Mr. Edgeworth.
And it's settled. We're in this together like the Three Musketeers. Miles here will be in charge of proving Kay innocent. I will, believe me. So I'm gonna need you to do everything you can to help him with his investigate. Okay, Kay?
Yes, of course.
Great. Now we've gotta move. Now we've gotta move quick. Can't be getting bagged by the boys in blue before we even started. You two may not have any more to lose, but your Uncle Eddie sure does. Brackett would never forgive me if I got the family office shut down. Thank you, Fender. I'm sure I owe you more than I'll ever really know. Can't believe this thing's made the news already. How do they do it, huh? Hey,
Hey, think they're filming us from the chopper up there right now? Go check the TV for me, Malzarino. Need to make sure they're catching my good side. Ow, at a time like this. As you can see, they're still hard at work up on the 50th floor. That's where the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence holds their disciplinary hearings, correct? That's right, there have been people walking by the windows all evening. This is one serious investigation. They're totally not looking at us. Well, this doesn't make our chances of getting out of here with Kay any rosier. I'll have to find a way to slip past the press. I'm a cool and mysterious customer, Malzarino, but I'm no spy. Maybe we can use him as a decoy if things get desperate. Okay, whatever you're thinking, quit it. I can tell it doesn't end well for me. Scour the scene, suspect anything that catches your attention. Oh shit. Not right now. Let me talk to her.
Hope I've been able to help you so far.
What do you remember?
I came back here because I thought it might jog my memory.
Let me go over what you remember one more time.
Okay. I was standing under the tree, sheltering from the rain, and I saw a person in a red raincoat, and then they pushed me.
You remember anything specific about the person in the raincoat?
I'm sorry, I just can't recall anything. Oh, but there is one thing. I could see the moon over their shoulder as they came closer and closer.
Moon.
Yes, it's all very fuzzy, but I was in the exact same place. It is now.
She was next to the cotton candy stand. She mistook the cotton candy at the top for the cherry blossoms. That person came from behind the tree.
Floating up there above the cherry blossoms.
Wait, but then said she remembered seeing red. Could have been the roses? I don't know. The moon was visible over the mysterious figure's shoulder. Kay saw the moon shining over the shoulder of the person in red in the raincoat. It's the same part of the sky tonight. That's new information. I should keep it in mind. Other recollections.
I keep feeling like there's something just on the edge of my memory.
There is. It could be the clue we need. Alright, just let it float to the top of your mind and say whatever comes into your thoughts.
Alright, I'm seeing... It's very faint, but... I'm seeing a small restaurant. Just a counter and some seats. There's this incredible smell. Beautiful golden soup. Not too thick, and it tastes just right. It's filled with delicious noodles. They're firm, but not too firm. And that's when a thought crossed my mind. I'm gonna order another bowl.
Aldoon's noodles? Captivating memory, but sadly one that has nothing to do with the case. What about yourself? Used to say that you were the second great thief Yatagarasu, a noble outlaw dedicated to stealing the truth. You really not remember any of that?
Oh! I think you're right. I was a noble.
Not a noble, Kay, a noble outlaw. Still, I suppose you got halfway there. Remember this?
Sorry, I don't remember you well enough to accept a gift like that just yet.
That's alright, I wasn't offering it to you anyway. Your pin?
What?
Oh, we've had this one before. We seem to have one on him. It's part of the job. This one's also a piece of evidence. We did this last time! Alright. The letter? Nope, okay. You remember anything about this rose? No? Okay. Or corsage, whatever. What about your recollections?
I remember the person in the red raincoat. That much I'm pretty sure of.
Were they really coming toward you from beyond the concession stand?
Yes, they were walking right toward me. I have proof. Of course I do. I remember they had legs.
There's nothing out beyond the stand. How could they even have been walking on thin air?
I don't know, maybe they were a ghost?
ghost. Sorry, Kay, but ghosts don't exist. They're the very antithesis of science.
But then this is one of those contradiction things, huh?
You know her? Nope, okay. You recognize this letter?
Some kind of contract?
In a way, it appears to be a criminal contract of sorts, I suppose you could say.
Criminal. I wrote this?
The letter isn't handwritten, so it's hard to say who actually wrote it.
I see.
Alright. Alright, we're inspecting the TV scene. As you can see, they're still hard at work up on the 50th floor. That's where the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence holds their disciplinary hearings, correct? That's right, there have been people walking by the windows all evening. This is one serious investigation. Still working on the chamber. Yep, report's right. You can see people moving around. Wait, something's very wrong with this picture. I can use a certain piece of evidence to help me deduce exactly what. That's not the 50th floor, that's the 49th floor, you dingbats. There's another floor. Anyway. Looks like this is being broadcast live, which means we're looking at the big building in real time.
Does that mean we're on TV too?
I don't think so. The camera's far away enough and it's just dark enough that I think we'll be safe for now. At least we'd better be. If Kay is spotted, things will go from bad to worse before we know it. Nope. Alright, anyway.
This don't match the map.
That's clearly not the top floor. Question, how many floors does this building have? Easy, 50, right? Kinda ironic that just a few feet above where the committee works its ugly little schemes. There's a place where starry-eyed young romantics come to wish for everlasting smoochy times.
But then, what's that dark space above the 50th floor?
The gloomy underbelly of love? Wait a minute. Exactly. The committee chamber is supposed to be on the top floor, directly beneath the viewing platform. But it actually appears to be located on one floor below that, clearly contradicting the supposed facts.
Maybe whoever wrote the pamphlet made a mistake?
Somehow, I don't think so. Call me crazy, but... This there appears to be a hidden 51st floor. Seems there's an extra floor between the 50th and the roof, okay?
How? And that's where they keep the gloomy underbelly of love?
My heart, you didn't need to take it quite so literally, Kay. Good, then perhaps we can take this more seriously instead. Come on, have you met me, Miles? That might be easier said than done. It'll still be easier than trying to enjoy your so-called jokes. Harsh. Oh shit! I didn't mean to do that. Alright. Wrong button. Well, I do want to do that, but not on that screen. Make sure we got everything. Okay. Now we'll Eureka. Where was Kay standing? She remembers standing beneath tree. Where was she standing based on the moon? She had to be on the other side, right? Nope, okay. It's not quite right. Alright, fine. I know that's the answer we need to get to, it's just how do we get there? Where was she standing? Walk toward her from the concession stand. Alright, let's try this. Nope, okay. Same part of the sky tonight. I don't know if we have enough to go off of with this. Well. Okay. She remembers standing beneath the cherry tree, but the railing is weird? No? Okay. No logical connection, yeah. It's in the same part of the sky tonight. It definitely doesn't feel like we have enough info. Go check thing. There's nothing else to deduce, though. I believe there's any more info to be found here, yeah. I don't know. This is a weird one. Well, it says we've talked to her. No way she was climbing the building, right? No way. There's no way. There's no way. No. Okay, good. None of this adds up. None of this is connected. I guess those are connected. Why? I don't know. Thinking back over what Kay has said, the person in the raincoat approached her from the direction of the concession stand, which implies that she was pushed over the railing on the side opposite the stand. She also said that she could see the moon over this person's shoulder. When we checked just now, the moon was in a different location than expected. Yet Kay claims it's currently in... Nice ice cream, 3-star. Yet Kay claims it's currently in the same spot in the sky as it was on the night of the incident. This throws the positions of the moon and the person in the raincoat out of alignment with her story. I think her memories may have become confused somehow. What's more, if she really had been pushed over that railing, she would have never survived the fall. Therefore, I must conclude she may not have fallen where she thought she did. Possible that she didn't fall over the railing after all. What about, like, that railing? Oh. What if she just fell over the side of the stand? Okay. Alright. There we go. You may have fallen, Kay, but it couldn't have been over that railing. Because if you had, you wouldn't be alive now to tell the tale. But I definitely remember standing under that tree. If it's pushed, the only way it could have fallen is over that railing, isn't it? Unless the ground opened up and swallowed you whole. The ground could just open up like that? How? My bad. Not a joking matter. Sorry, kiddo. But it may also be closer to the truth than you think, Fender. Let's take another look at the ground in that area. There's a chance we might have missed something. It couldn't have fallen over the railing. So where did she fall? Must be a clue around here. Is that a hatch that goes down to the 51st floor? Scour the scene, inspect anything catches your attention. The ground here is covered with cherry blossoms. Even though the tree is not in full bloom yet, the strong wind up here is blowing the petals right off. Would have been nice if they'd thought to tidy up just a little, though. That's a hatch. What's this? Looks like a service hatch. Kay, do you think you might have fallen down here instead? Kay fall down the hatch by the cherry tree. You'd never be as clumsy as that. Sorry, I just can't say one way or the other. I'm bad, kiddo, just another one of my silly musings. You don't have to take me so seriously, you know. I don't? Never? Well, maybe not never. If I told you to leap lyrically into my arms... Fender. Chill, Mazzarino, where's your sense of whimsy?
So, never then.
Ouch, talk about a deep cut. Alright. She fell down the hatch to the 51st floor. How has no one noticed a floor between the 50th and the viewing platform until just now? Got me there. Kinda hard to hide a set of stairs going up to it, if you ask me. That's precisely it. Things like stairs that are normally out in the open going unnoticed by people seems a bit implausible. It can only mean that the 51st floor is no ordinary floor. Can't be reached by ordinary means.
We'll just have to reach it through extraordinary means, right?
I don't know about extraordinary means. Maybe let's go for unconventional? Indeed, consider, if you will, that the hatch we found by the cherry tree. What would you expect to find on the other side of such a hatch? A room of some kind, perhaps? A secret room. Now you're talking my language.
Let's go take a look.
Alright, there we go. What is this place?
Look at all the stuff down there. Is it a storeroom?
Whatever it is, I think we can safely say that this is where you fell. Oh, team, strike one mystery off the list. But the greater mystery of Kay's memory loss remains unsolved. With a red rain-coated figure who can walk on air to account for, among other things. Hey, can a guy bask in his success for a second? So we found a hidden storeroom. I bet we scoot on down and check it out. Have pretty much exhausted everything up here. Can't hurt to take a look.
Yay, got it back. Hi, you miss- Oh, is that you, Mr. Edgeworth?
Emma, what are you doing here? I love Emma. I'm so glad she's here.
I heard about what happened from Detective Gumshoe. I was in the area, so I thought I'd come by and see what's going on.
This is Emma Skye. She's a high school student currently studying in Europe to become a forensic scientist. The younger sister of a former superior of mine. We've also stood in court together.
Detective called me up in a panic. He said your badge fell off the big building and that Kay was in a man's suit and...
Hold it right there. Didn't you just leave to go back to Europe a few days ago? You're back again already?
Yep, I'm here with one of my professors. Not to do any schoolwork or anything, just some interpreting.
Shouldn't you be off doing that instead of gallivanting around a crime scene?
Oh, it's fine. There's this wonderful thing called body language after all.
It's not an actual language, Emma.
Anyway, never mind me. This is about Kay. How is she? Where is she?
Oh, shucks. Isn't that sweet, K-Meister? Your little friend is worried about you.
Oh, yes. Who's this guy? Don't tell me you went and got a new assistant, Mr. Edgeworth.
Very funny, young lady. It's actually the other way around, I'll have you know. Eddie Fender, attorney at law and senior partner at Edgeworth & Co. Law Offices.
Edgeworth? So you are his assistant? Wait, attorney? Since when were you a defense attorney?
I'm not. To say it's complicated is an understatement. Let's not sweat the details for now, yeah? First things first.
An attorney, Mr. Edgeworth? Really?
Oof, it's like I'm not even here.
What is this, some kind of weird experiment?
Perhaps we should head down below. I'll explain there.
I agree. Police could be here any minute. And who's this?
Explain later, Emma. Come on, time to go.
Oh, all right, but you'd better explain yourself, Mr. Hotshot Pro. Attorney?
Trust me, I'll explain that too. Okery dokery do. Down the hatch we go. Oh, to be continued. Whew. Damn. I could try to squeeze in one more. We could, maybe. I kind of want to know where we're going. If we could do it quickly, I think we should be fine. We'll try to go quick. April 5th, 7:06 p.m. Question marks? Dark as a grave down here. Can't see the nose in front of my roguishly handsome face. Watch your step, Emma.
Ouch! I hit my head on something!
Make your way down slowly, Kay. I don't want you to slip.
Oh, yes, Mr. Edgeworth.
There's gotta be a light switch here somewhere. Ah, bingo. That's an interesting lots of stuff down here. Isn't this all evidence from cases we've worked? From the last game, even. These were involved with the airport case. Different masks. Steel Samurai, I couldn't remember that. These plushies look familiar. This looks familiar. Why is all the evidence relating to Edgeworth here? Oh, I remember this too. The hidden 51st floor really is being used as a storeroom. I need to take a careful look over all these items. Pamphlet data updated.
All right, Mr. Edgeworth, you promised me an explanation or three.
Did indeed. Where to even start? And we're telling her all about it.
Wow, a lot's been happening, huh? What a case!
It's not supposed to fill you with excitement, Emma.
Seems you got yourself into a real pickle, Mr. Prosecutor Attorney.
Not an attorney or a prosecutor anymore.
Well, whatever you are, I think it's time for science to lend a helping hand. Don't worry, I brought my entire kit with me.
Well, if you're sure.
Are you kidding? I live for moments like this. Here, let me make it all official. Good working with you again, Mr. Edgeworth.
And you, Sky. I love Emma. And then there were 4. Right, everyone, let's get to work.
I want to know where that elevator goes.
My guess would be to the prosecutor chamber down below. Or upstairs if they need to bring evidence up. Looks like it goes down. Yep, 50th floor. Something we'll certainly want to investigate further, but we should look around up here first. Aye, aye, Captain. Let me know if you find anything juicy.
I'll keep trying to see what I can remember. I'll let you know if anything comes to mind.
Thank you, Kay. Emma?
Ready, willing, and able to investigate, Mr. Edgeworth.
Very well. Then let's begin. Time to snoop!
Ask me anything.
I'm all ears. Notice anything?
Can't believe they suspect poor Kay. It's outrageous.
Couldn't agree more, but the best thing we can do right now is to stay calm and look for clues.
Except I've been scientifically processing the situation. I think I might have come up with a better idea. Maybe we could administer some carefully targeted electric shocks directly at Kay's brain. What do you say? Might be just the thing to bring her memory back online.
That sounds more than a little risky. Sounds incredibly risky, in fact. Personally, I'm still on the opinion that searching this room for clues is the better option.
Really? But a little risk is what science is all about.
Yes, a little being the operative phrase. Emma Sky, how are you?
I'm back for a little while to interpret for my professor, but I'm still mostly based in Europe. Gotta keep studying until I'm the finest forensic investigator under the sun.
Very glad to hear you say that. Dedication to one's chosen field is a student's greatest responsibility.
Sure is, but I don't just want to get ahead academically. I've been trying hard at sports, too. Especially that one event they have at school school athletics meets. You know the one.
There are quite a few to choose from.
It's huge over there, and unlike here, it's considered a real hardcore sports for adults. That's right, I'm talking about glasses battles. Who hasn't heard of those, right?
Me. Never. Not even once.
Me too.
Oops. I didn't mean to hit that one. That was not the button I intended.
Look at her badge. This is Kay's pin, right?
It is. It's one of her most prized possessions, and yet she doesn't even remember it.
Huh, maybe it just needs a bit more pizzazz. I could customize it a little. What do you think? Pink ribbon here, white feather there, and we can have it looking pretty in no time.
Thank you, but I think we'd better leave it as it is, lest we confuse Kay and her memories any further.
Like the Jam and Ninja? There's not a whole lot for me to go on here, Mr. Edwards, scientifically speaking, I mean.
In other words, you're not sure what you're looking at?
No, it's not a matter of not knowing, it's a matter of information. I need more data.
I know where this came from. It came from right on that rack. Want to talk about her memories?
Why do you suppose Kay lost her memory? She probably suffered some kind of huge shock, right?
Well, she did manage to get herself wrapped up in a murder.
Yeah, I remember when it happened to me too. A long time ago. I was so scared. If it wasn't for my sister, I wouldn't be standing here talking with you right now like this. That's for sure. You have to help her, okay, Mr. Edgeworth? You have to help Kay.
Of course, that's exactly what I mean to do. Alright. Oh wait, can you look at this? Nope, okay. I'm pretty sure I know where the Jam and Ninja mask came from, right there. But let's look at this first. Statue.
What is it? Got some new data for me?
Not exactly, it's just something from a case I worked on a piece of evidence.
I believe it's called
the Alfred statue. There were two of them, a real one and a fake. Whichever one this is, it shouldn't be here of all places.
an old case, huh? Guess you have worked on a bunch of different... Huh?
Why is she here?
Gotcha! Calling the act red dang-handed, guiltier than a tomcat covered in cream. Ha!
My eyes. Stop that at once.
Ain't no stopping my snapping, not till I got every dang detail and then some. Y'all think I'm about to let a bunch of dirty criminals go before I get the shot? Think again. We're not criminals. Yeah, sure. Pull the other one. It's got bells on. This here camera's a weapon of justice. It ain't about to be a hornswoggle by your cheap denials.
Oh, it's you.
Huh? Well, you're that low-down dirty jerk of a prosecutor, ain't ya?
What are you calling a low-down dirty jerk? This is a lot of heart. Photojournalist by trade, we've crossed paths on a few occasions, especially on that one particular case. She's hard to forget and even harder to get a word in edgewise with.
Quit making that face, will ya? That's the face of a no-good schemer if I ever saw one.
Seems I didn't leave the best of impressions on her either.
Well, it's payback time, Mr. Schemer. You ought to be thankful all I want from you is a couple of pictures. We're just here to investigate. Sure you are. By investigate, you mean pull the wool over Lotta's mile-wide eyes. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I thought you might listen to me.
Didn't hurt to try, I guess, but we're probably better off leaving her alone for now.
Said the statue is a piece of evidence from an old case of yours, right? Pretty weird looking, I have to say.
It's known as the Alfred statue.
The what?
The Alfred statue.
But it says here that it's called the Alif Red statue.
Edgeworth, you can be wrong sometimes.
Alif Red, Alfred, Alif Red.
What are you muttering about?
Oh, nothing. Let's carry on and look around, shall we?
You can be wrong sometimes, Edgeworth. I'm just saying.
Oh, this is some sturdy construction. Thick floor plates, sturdy supports. In a rough estimate, I'd say it could hold 50 of you easily, Mr. Edgeworth.
Except for the fact it's nowhere near big enough.
You say that, but pack yourselves in tight enough and I think you might just do it.
Really don't think so. But anyway, we have more important things to be investigating. We can theorize about the elevator once we're done.
Maybe you're right. Fine. 45, Mr. Edgeworth, 48 tops.
Ooh boy, this whole experience is enough to boggle a guy's mind. Mysterious storerooms, damsels in distress, it's got the lot. Do you at least try to take things a little more seriously, Fender? Hey, I can try. No, but seriously, I'm as keen to help Kay out as you are. She's safe with me. You go do your thing. It's not Kay I'm worried about, it's you.
What is that giant head thing?
It's the head of a great Mrs. Monkey. I remember the case well. But how did they even get it up here?
Huh, Mrs. Monkey?
That doesn't sound right.
Are you sure you didn't get the name wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Or misremembered it somehow?
Don't be ridiculous. As if I'd ever make such a mistake. Piles of banknotes just left out for all to see. Little tasteless, wouldn't you say?
No way, these are all $100 bills. That's a fortune right there.
Piles of money were left in the storeroom. Some kind of deal? Are they selling evidence? Are they selling my evidence specifically? Because it's... a lot of it's related to the smuggling in Zhengfa. The case that Francesca's working on. Ooh, is Corrupt Winner Senior selling stuff to the smuggling ring? And he was about to get caught? So Rosie got murdered?
How many years would it take for you to make that much money, Mr. Edgeworth?
Please, I don't even want to think about it.
Whoa, that's one heck of a desk.
Wonder who it belonged to. There are 4 male figurines acting as legs holding up the tabletop in the center. It's hideously cringy. It doesn't even have the good decency to be camp enough to loop back around.
Is this from one of your old cases too, Mr. Edgeworth?
No, I can't think of anyone related to any of my investigations with such ostentatiously awful taste. At least I don't think there was. Nope, that seems familiar. I'm pretty sure there was somebody that terrible.
Bunch of trophies and... ooh, look, somebody's left a walkie-talkie here.
Looks to me like it was put there deliberately, rather like it was on display, to be honest.
Hey, there are batteries in here too. Could be useful. Let's take it with us. Nobody will mind if we use it for a little while, will they? I can take it to the police station afterwards.
Someone's starting to sound like a certain great thief.
Scientifically speaking, I'd say this looks like some kind of wooden icebox. Yeah, the chains are probably to stop the cold air from escaping.
I don't mean to contradict you, Emma, but this isn't just a box restoring. Isn't this just a box restoring clothes in? The wood is imbued with a natural repellent that keeps moths away.
Oh, yeah, sure. Guess you could look at it that way too. And keeping your clothes chilled would be nice for the summer, right?
Still not prepared to let go of that particular part of your hypothesis, I see. Bizarre.
What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth?
If I'm not mistaken, several of these items on display here are pieces of evidence from old cases of mine. What are they doing here?
Maybe this is where the committee stores stuff it's looking into?
Is this why they were gunning for him? Because, like, he worked all the cases where the smuggling ring was involved? Can't be. Evidence like this is stored at the police department.
They don't keep stuff at the prosecutor's office, too?
The case is ongoing, yes, but once the last trial is finished up, it's supposed to go right back to the precinct. There's a very good reason for it to go elsewhere.
Yet, here it all is.
No point in trying to figure out the whys right now. Just take a closer look at it all. It's got... They have prices, which means they're auctioning them, or selling them. They all have labels. Labels with numbers printed on them. Exhibit numbers, maybe?
Exhibit numbers, maybe?
You said that they were all pieces of evidence, right? Yes, but judging how the numbers are written and by the items themselves, I'd guess these are prices. The evidence all has price tags attached, high price tags.
Prices? I would never have guessed that. Wait, but none of this stuff could be worth that much money, could it?
The prices are very high indeed. It's no wonder she's surprised. Let's examine all these in detail.
That's odd. This is the only spot with nothing on it. It still has one of those signs in front of it.
Indeed, and look, there's an outline in the dust on top of the cloth. I'd say something was probably sitting there until quite recently, wouldn't you?
You know what? I think you might be right, but drawing a blank trying to imagine what.
Well, I might have an idea. A star-shaped outline? Don't we have a piece of evidence that might well be connected? Do we? Damn, a ninja mask? No, I don't think so.
Oh, isn't he a cutie? Look at this fluffy little guy.
It's a stuffed animal we found at Gourd Lake. Yeah, that was very recent. Should be in the possession of the prosecutor in charge of that case. So how did he wind up here?
Oh, but look, he's missing his left horn.
He is, but he never had it in the first place, at least not as far as we ever saw.
Defective merchandise, huh? Then we need to contact the manufacturer. I demand a recall.
And that I can, now that I come to think of it, why would anyone give the president a broken toy to begin with? Stuffed animal we originally found in Jangfa presidential plane missing its left horn.
So this is a store room, is actually more of a stock room?
It seems so, much as it pains me to consider such a thing. When a person sells off evidence from serious criminal cases.
And to who too? Who'd even want to pay for all this stuff?
Somebody, clearly. The price tags are proof of that.
Oh, people really will collect anything, huh? Fascinating. It's a cute little doll. Looks kind of like the Steel Samurai.
It's actually the Iron Infant, son of the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess. He was born burdened with the knowledge that he too would one day be called upon to fight for justice. Can't imagine the pressure that must have put him under, more than most people could bear. Yes, he's young, but can sense it nonetheless. Certain tragic refinement. Edgeworth, it's a fucking doll.
Edgeworth! Mr. Edgeworth! Are you even listening to me?
No, he's in his own world. Hmm? Oh, of course.
Mannequin, huh? Wait, I know. All thanks to my powers of scientific deduction, of course. It's evidence from an old case of yours, right?
Not this time. I've never seen it before in my life. Doesn't seem to fit with the other items in the room, either. One thing, it doesn't have a price tag. That means it was already sold. So why is it here? They sold something already. A small bottle, one I've seen before.
Oh, that's all? Nothing else to add?
Well, no. What more did you want me to say?
Hold up, I've got to write this down. Mr. Edgeworth could turn even the most boring topics into something picturesque with his explanations.
Next time, try taking those kinds of notes in silence. Bottle of ink and a lantern, both pieces of evidence from a previous case of mine.
But why? What's all this stuff that's related to you doing here?
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? It's not as if any of it was in my possession for any length of time. The duration of the case and no longer. Perhaps this is all nothing but a coincidence.
Seriously? A coincidence? I never thought I'd hear those words coming out of your mouth.
Must always face up to the facts of the situation, however strange they might be. Isn't that what scientists believe too?
Oh, you want to talk about what scientists believe? Settle in, this may take a while. It's kind of creepy, all these masks lined up here in the dark.
Not a fan of horror movies, I take it?
No way, that's just so unscientific.
I think you mispronounced terrifying. I must scour the scene. Yep, that's where the Jam Ninja mask should be.
That mask! That's the global hero, Onyankopon?
The fuck? Why is that so shocking?
You really don't know? Everything about that show's secret. When it's on TV, who makes it, so's the merchandise is super rare.
Sounds to me like whoever made it may have simply gone out of business.
That's Captain Saipon. He's super popular overseas. Everybody loves dressing up like him. Kids, adults, you name it.
Find the flower on his head a little excessive myself.
What TV show are these from?
I don't know a whole lot about it, but I believe it's called The Students of Starry School. It's about an elementary school where the students are all superheroes.
Their masks are modeled on sports safety helmets or something, right? Maybe the number of islets tells you their student ID number. So the left one would be number 1, and the right is number 2.
Suppose that could be it, yes.
And that would mean a ton of slits for kids with the highest ID numbers.
I admit to being a little intrigued by the show now. It's the Steel Samurai and the Nickel Samurai.
Nickel Samurai always seems kind of pleased with himself to me. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not just about being skinny and cool, you know? There's more to it than that. I'm Team Steel all the way.
Just gone up in my estimation, Emma. These are all case files from various murders.
What? But why would they be in here?
They should be safely under lock and key at the courthouse or the prosecutor's office, which would suggest that somebody removed them without permission. Something very suspicious is going on here. We need to find out more. I'm gonna need Lotta Hart's photos. She's the only heroine the Steel Samurai needs.
You can say that again. I love the Pink Princess.
Watch shows like that, Emma?
Of course! You love them too, right?
Well, I don't really know all that much about them, but sure.
Really? Because I saw the Steel Samurai figure in your office, so I thought...
Can't believe even Emma's seen it. Everybody's seen it, Edgeworth. We all know. We all know you're a big fan. There's a selection of masks arranged on the rack here. There's even a Steel Samurai. What an impressively authentic likeness it is, too.
Scientist in me is sensing something strange, though. A lack of consistency, you know? The sense that the characters represented here...
Oh, wait, hold on. In the sense that the characters represented here feel a little haphazard somehow? I don't disagree. There's even an empty space here.
Yeah, just an empty hook right in the middle.
Somebody using that one, perhaps? Alright, this one we have. This is definitely related to something I have. Kay was carrying a gem and ninja mask when she was found. It looks like it might have originally come from this hook.
Scientifically speaking, that doesn't seem like a crazy hypothesis. Which would mean that Kay really was really here?
As you put it, not a crazy hypothesis, but why?
Did she come to steal something, maybe? There's all kinds of stuff here.
Because she's a great thief who steals the truth, I suppose. No, I think it's too early to jump to any conclusions. Alright, so what do I have that could... Oh. A candelabrum. Oh, that's star-shaped. What? And it was brought downstairs to commit murder. Alright. It is related to the evidence. It is the candelabrum. The outline in the dust matches the bottom of the candelabrum exactly. I'd say there's a very strong chance that this is where a murderer took it from. That's not good for Kay, though, because she's clearly been here.
Which would mean the candelabrum was evidence from another case?
Certainly seems likely, but that's not our concern right now. Key thing to note is that the murder weapon was taken from the storeroom. Lotta?
So, what are y'all doing snooping around a fishy old place like this anyhow?
I think it's us who should be asking you that.
Me? I'm in it for the truth. For the good of society. And for little old me, of course. And what you might call... I'm what you might call a photographer for the people. Snapping here, snapping there, snapping every dang where.
I'll just leave you to it then. We can talk once you've gotten it out of your system later. Alright, let's deduce some shit. Wait, hold on. You want to talk about a lot of heart?
This Heart sure seems to have a grudge against you, Mr. Edgeworth. Low-down dirty jerk of a prosecutor, she really wasn't holding back.
Met a few times, and on one case in particular. Let's not let her attitude and sudden appearance distract us from the job at hand. Just need to gather all the facts and apply the principles of logical reasoning. By following my methods, the truth will present itself soon enough. Low-down dirty journalist notwithstanding.
Don't take this the wrong way, but did her calling you a low-down dirty jerk get to you, Mr. Edgeworth?
Don't be ridiculous. It definitely did. Alright, what do we got? Price tags and lots of money. They're selling the evidence. We've seen items of old evidence marked with price tags along with a huge pile of cash. I think it's pretty clear that somebody has been running an illicit trade in judicial goods.
Shady deals on a hidden 51st floor? This is big. It has to be, right?
I think it might be, but we'll need to investigate a little further yet. We need to find out more about what's going on here.
Only there was an eyewitness we could interview.
Eyewitness, huh?
Hey, Lotta.
Why exactly are you here, Miss Hart?
Me? I told you, I'm in it for the truth, for the good of society. And for little old me, of course. I'm a photographer for the people. We're the people?
Won't tell me the real reason you're here. Perhaps I can hazard a guess. Somebody was carrying out an illicit police evidence trafficking scheme here in the storeroom.
Oh, so she's after a juicy story. That makes sense. Well, how do y'all figure that out? Guess it means I don't have to tiptoe around it anymore now. One of my sources told me on the down low about an underground auction. Ooh.
Is that what they do on the 51st floor? This is just a small room. What? So all the items here.
Sold to the highest bidder. Folks was slinging money around like it was going out of fashion. I had to come see for myself, of course. Get my eyes on my subject, you know. Should have heard the tales my contact was telling. Taller than 2 trees or so, I thought at first. Anyhow, I wasn't about to write it up based on hearsay alone. So yesterday I snuck in, slunk behind this here statue and settled in to wait. Didn't start late at night and carried right on through the break of dawn.
So the auction and the murder happened on the same night. Coincidence? Tell me more. Ah, her theme.
Dirty deals in a secret storeroom. Talk about a story.
Is there anything else on sale apart from the items of evidence in this room?
Sure, there was regular old stuff too. Shady artworks from who knows where, that kind of thing.
In what way are shady artworks regular exactly?
Well, the evidence was the big draw for sure. Reckon they were selling them faster than the crooks could smuggle them out of the cop and prosecutor shops. And I'll bet you got pictures of the whole thing, right, Miss Hart? Well, you'll see. The main event was down below. I had to try and see what I could from up here.
Having been up here since yesterday, I assume you witnessed the entire auction from start to finish then.
It was not a ground affair, like I said, so folks wasn't exactly giving much away. All them customers came down one at a time from up on the roof there. They were en masse just as soon as they got down the ladder? And that ain't all. They had voice changer doodads on them, see? Teeny tiny ones, dinkier than a bug's behind. So you couldn't see the real faces and you couldn't hear the real voices. Surreptitious as all heck.
You mean surreptitious?
You mean surreptitious, right?
I don't... Words. Hard.
I surely do, sweet surreptitude.
Also not a word.
Anywho, once they had their gear on, they went right on downstairs.
That's where the elevator goes, I see.
And then in came the next one. When it came time to leave, they all done the same but up in reverse. Up they came again, one by one by one. Mask back on the hook, up the ladder and away. Oh, that's a serious operation.
Selection of various masks was kept on a rack. Each participant in the auction wore one. And how many participants were there?
11 altogether. I counted them when they came down the ladder.
Participants entered the storeroom one by one from the roof. They also left one by one through the storeroom and up to the roof. Tell me about your stakeout.
I just hid behind a stupid statue the whole time, you know.
Didn't? Then where were you?
Well, when I first got here, you know what? I ain't important right now.
So you were hiding behind the statue from the very beginning.
Anywho, I watched all them folks come in from my spine spot there in the shadows. I see, so you were watching from behind the statue. They used that there elevator to get down below. And once they was all down there, I snuck up and took me a peek at what was going on.
And the elevator remained in the room beneath?
No, they sent it back up, but there's a little peeky hole if you know where to look. The elevator don't quite sit flush with the floor, see? And if you bend down and squint just right, you can see the whole shebang.
Did you catch sight of who was in charge?
Alright, sure, I guess I did. Ain't half so good a story if you don't get a glimpse of the evil ringleader after all.
Wonder who this ringleader is. I'll have to ask her some more. Let me guess, he wore a red coat. Mentioned a ringleader. Can you tell me any more about them?
You should know I came here to get me an exclusive. Ain't an exclusive be much dang good if you done spilled the beans already.
See, so you don't actually know anything about them.
You think that's why she won't give us an answer? Makes sense, I guess. Ah, you got me. Couldn't see if it was a man or a woman or a kid or an old timer. Nothing.
What were they wearing? Could you see that at least? Red raincoat, red raincoat, red raincoat, red raincoat.
Sure, white jacket, white gloves, and a magenta flower on the lapel.
Fuck! She's the ringleader! That's why she had... Well, that's why she had missing evidence. She was running the illicit trading ring. But she couldn't have been alone in it.
Them three things is what I remember. What good's a description of the outfit if I don't got a dang clue who was wearing it? So this ringleader disguised their identity too, just like everybody else? Yes, sirree. Mask, voice changer, the whole 9 yards.
They were wearing one of the masks? Which one?
Let me see. Oh yeah, this guy. Zervin.
Zervin? What kind of name is that?
Seriously, Mr. Edgeworth, you've never heard of Zervin?
I've heard of him from 14.
He's the global hero Onyankopon's arch nemesis. Who hasn't heard of Zervin the Time Lord?
I think you might be better off asking who has. So you didn't get a glimpse of their face at all?
Oh, I dang well didn't. What kind of scotch is on my scoop? The whole mess has been nothing but a simple snipe hunt. I should never come.
Ringleader wore a white jacket, white gloves, magenta flower, and a mask. Age and gender could not be discerned. You know somebody who was dressed like that? Maybe I should try showing that evidence to Miss Hart. Yep. You said that the ringleader was wearing a white jacket, white gloves, and a magenta flower, correct?
Sure did. Don't ask me why they was dressed up like a peacock on parade day, but they was.
Is this the outfit you saw?
Well, holy smokes, sure as heck is. But wait, so the big cheese is dead?
All we know is that she was the victim in a case we're investigating.
Her name is Rosie Ringer. Do you know her?
Ringer, ringleader. Oh my god. Ringer is the ringleader. Capcom!
Nope, so the ringleader was a lady? Why'd that just slip her in a dang deal? Throwing me off with a man's jacket like that?
I don't think she did it to full use specifically. But setting that aside for now, what's important is that we discovered something vital to the case. Namely, that the underground auction was chaired by none other than our victim.
So, somebody done bumped off the boss, huh? And that's what's happened. Then that's what was happening.
What was happening?
Oh, nothing at all. You'll just go on about your business now. No offense, Miss Hard, but that made you sound about 5 times more suspicious. Suspicious my foot. I told y'all it's nothing. You won't get nothing more out of me than that.
Wait, so there is more?
How many dang times I gotta tell you? It ain't nothing, okay? I ain't saying nothing either way. Aw, you can't tell us just a little more, pretty please? I'll tell you this, okay? I'm a journalist, news hound, scoop hunter, you hear? Exclusive articles go out, money comes in. That's how the game's played. Tell you more? Heck, I done told y'all too much already. Wait, what if I, examine some fingerprints for you? Pro bono. What kind of cockamamie thank you is that? I'd sooner get a tooth pulled. You want intel? You go dig it up yourselves, just like I had to.
Okay, guess she isn't gonna talk to either of us. Oh, she will. I'll handle things from here, Emma. It's a certain technique I find useful when dealing with difficult customers such as her. Mind chess? She may not give up the information voluntarily, but that doesn't mean she can't be persuaded to. Mind chess? Mind chess. Mind chess! Start by observing our opponent.
I ain't telling y'all nothing, you hear? Now quit wasting my time before I really blow a fuse.
As we've seen, she's very quick-tempered. She'll try to cut the conversation dead whenever possible. Won't have much time to think, so I'll need to be swift and decisive. This heart is definitely hiding something from me. So my first move is to discover what that something is. Tell me what you know. I need you to tell me everything you know, and don't you dare leave anything out.
Go jump in a creek, you big bully. Why should I tell you anything? You don't got nothing to do with me. Nor me with you, neither.
I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with this line of questioning. Better try another tack. Let's talk about this reasonably. I can see you're a little agitated, Miss Hart. Let's just talk and comment.
I am calm, dang you. Least the ways I will be just as soon as y'all quit yanking my dang chain. That's better. Being a news hound's all about keeping a cool head no matter what the world throws at you, see?
Speaking of news hounds, this might interest you. I met one a few days ago. She was a very hungry young reporter indeed. A reporter with a very particular turn of phrase, similar to your own, in fact.
Oh yeah? She spoke like me, huh? Guess that could have been someone I know.
Who's your apprentice? Name is Tabby Lloyd. If I had closed my eyes, I could have believed I was listening to you. She told me about somebody she called the Chief. Just talking about you, wasn't she?
Oh, so y'all met Tabby, huh? Well, ain't that something? Where'd y'all bump into her? She's a great kid, reckon. Wait. Oh, no, you didn't. You ain't getting on my good side bringing her into this, you sneaky snake. Ooh, you nearly had me, too.
Interesting. Talking about Miss Lloyd seemed to make her lower her guard a little. I think we can use that to our advantage. Tell me everything you know. I show you anything. Employ the clue. I know your apprentice pretty well. Don't have anything to do with you? That's a little unkind, don't you think? After all, I know your apprentice. I know her pretty well, in fact.
Yeah, well, guess it does seem kind of cold when you say that if you know her pretty good. I don't want the poor kid thinking I don't give a rat's behind.
Good, then you'll tell us what you know.
Fine, see, it's like this. Got me a scoop. Well, wait, what am I thinking? Dang it, Lotta, you can't let him bamboozle you that easy.
Was that about a scoop?
Forget it. It was nothing.
You have a scoop of some kind, don't you? Embarrassing. Professional journalist making a careless slip of the tongue. You have a scoop, don't you? Now tell me what it is.
All right, I got me a scoop, a big one. I can't just go blabbing about it to y'all. I got bills to pay.
She might be hiding something very important. I have to get it out of her somehow. We need to know the details of this scoop. She's quick to anger, but she's also quick to let key information slip. Now that we know that, the rest shouldn't be too hard. Let's see what else we can get out of her. Is it related to an incident of some kind? Your big scoop involves something criminal in nature, doesn't it?
Maybe it did. Maybe it did. Might be it didn't.
Which is it? This is important.
All right. You don't gotta haul at me like that. I ain't done nothing shameful or nothing. Just snuck in and did some undercover reporting.
You sneaking in is a problem. I'll be the judge of whether your actions were shameful or not, and unlawful entry into private property is very shameful indeed. In fact, it's a crime.
Hey, you did the exact same thing, genius! Oh, but I guess you're a prosecutor, huh? You're allowed to do stuff like that.
Let's not mention the fact that I handed in my badge, shall we?
Still, it don't amount to a whole hill of beans, right? There's folks out there that have done way worse. Murder for one. Next to murder, trespass ain't hardly nothing.
Your scoop's about a murder? Your mutterings about murder just now. I gather that your scoop has something to do with the homicide.
No, I was just talking all hypothetical-like. You know, about murder being the big one and all. Ain't nothing worse than a murder.
Not the most skillful evasion I've heard in my career.
Look, I ain't done told you, okay? I snuck in the auction. I'll cop to that. Murder? I don't know nothing about no murder. Ain't seen nothing, ain't heard nothing. Scout's honor.
I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with this line of questioning. Is it related to the auction? Scoop yours has something to do with the auction.
You know what? Clean forget.
Tried to infiltrate an underground auction. Only stands to reason that you observed something, otherwise what would you have to write about?
I don't know what to tell you. I didn't hear nothing.
Did you hear something from Miss Lloyd then? You realize I have nowhere to turn, don't you? Oh crap, that wasn't it. I should have picked my words more wisely. We'll try to cut the conversation down whenever possible. So you did hear something then? You didn't hear the sound of nothing. Does that mean you did hear the sound of something? Something during your time in this room?
Well, see, it wasn't nothing really, just a little noise is all. Wouldn't even make page 16, forget I mentioned it.
So something happened during the auction. Something that made a noise of some kind. This could be a valuable clue. Shit. Big scoop, something, yep. Shit. I don't got time for this hog's full, that's it, I'm out of here. Shit! Curses. I've never taken so long to click before, can't give up now to keep pushing. Try again. At least it just starts you over. Is it related to the auction? So you did hear something. Related to some kind, yep. But you snuck in. Trespassing. So your scoop's about a murder? Okay. Okay. Boy, by clue, but you did hear something. You told me you heard something during the auction. You claimed it wasn't important, but it must have been. Otherwise, why remember it? I think it was something very memorable indeed. In fact, I believe it was the cry of a murder victim.
How do you keep doing that? All right, it's true. Wound up smack dab in the middle of a murder scene, but only by accident. That's all you're getting out of me. Won't be no scoop left otherwise.
The murder Miss Hart witnessed must be the same murder we ourselves have been investigating. That should prove to be a very valuable piece of information indeed. Perhaps we should finish up by confirming this credibility of her claim. Have her on the back foot now, and time to finish this. Were you really in the middle of the scene? You said you wound up in the middle of a murder scene. Is that really true?
You call me a liar now? Whoo-wee, now I'm mad, real mad.
Bide my time.
I'm I'm a journalist. How's I'm gonna sell stories to folk like that? Can't trust that I'm telling the truth. I got me a motto, you know, faster than anybody, honester than everybody.
Motto, huh? That could be an important clue. I should bear it in mind. Tell me more about the incident. Need you to describe the murder in detail. It's vitally important.
Wish I could help y'all, but I don't rightly recall a whole bunch. Ain't much I can tell you, sorry. I mean, look at me. Can't even get my facts straight half the time.
I'm deploying my clue. You thought you were honester than everybody. Can't imagine that being so vague on the facts is a trait valued among journalists. Surely accuracy and honesty are what's necessary when reporting on a story.
Well, see.
Seems your so-called information's not credible after all.
Look, there was a murder and I was there. I can even prove it.
You can prove it, can you? You can prove it, can you? How?
Oh, got it right. Wait, you heard that? I was just talking to myself. Don't think nothing of it.
She's still hiding something. Very vital clue. I'll need to use it to maximum effect. Still something you're not telling me. Be honest, Miss Hart, I know there's something you're still not telling me.
Ain't nothing left to tell, dang it. I done spilled my guts already.
Blue, you're definitely still hiding something. I know you've been keeping something from me. That something is proof. Proof related to the murder you witnessed. Proof sound enough to form the basis of a story you're hoping to sell.
Ah! Dang it, all the heck? Give me a break, will ya? I'll come clean, okay? That's what you want, right? Here, I done snap me a photo. Happy now? You better be.
That's checkmate. It's always a photo with her. Yo, cool. Done.
Can't believe I let that happen. I tried by my own big mouth.
Well, it happened, so it's time to tell us everything.
I saw the whole thing. Watched that auction from start to finish. But you didn't just watch it, right? You took pictures, too. Yeah, about that. So, like I said, I was spying on the whole thing right from the get-go. I was all shouting out bids and somebody'd win something, and bam! Down comes the hammer! Get on upstairs and pay, shouts the old ringleader, and then the whole thing starts over again. Anyhow, as soon as that happened, I had to think quick, and that's when I ran behind that there statue and hid.
Who was it that eventually appeared?
Didn't see nothing, but I heard something that made me pretty sure it was whoever placed the winning bid. A sweet, sweet sound of cold, hard cash.
I'm not sure I have any idea what that sounds like. The sound of someone counting bills, perhaps?
Anyhow, the deal was you settled your bills up here. I heard two people yabbering for a little while.
Wait, so two people came up on the elevator?
You betcha. My guess is the other one was our friend, the ringleader. Anyhow, yabber, 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 on it goes for a little while, and then, scream! And that shook me up pretty good, so I hunkered down in my hiding place and tried to stay out of sight.
So you didn't see the moment of the murder?
But I heard it real good. Didn't try to help whoever's being attacked. They try to be funny, girlie, don't suit you none. I'm just a dainty little journalist all on a lonesome. You think I was fixing to jump in and save the day?
Dainty.
Anyhow, then there was a bunch of rustling sounds. Right about when that was happening, I got feeling pretty bad about what I'd done. That makes sense, I guess. After all, I didn't remember to get out my camera and snap even a single picture. Scoops like that drops right in my lap and I miss it. Somebody ought to tan my hide. Anyhow, then a little more time goes by and there's this kind of clatter noise.
Not a hard special. This is a special. She has priorities.
I'm there thinking, gotta get the shot this time, so I grab one real quick from the in the shadows there.
You see this photograph?
Aw, do I have to? Here.
Ooh, that's our red coat. That's
person in the red raincoat, the one who attacked Kay.
Kay's raincoated assailant who also attacked the victim here in the storeroom. Proceeded up to the roof where they assaulted Kay. Okay, interesting. There's only one person in this picture. Where's the victim?
Weird, huh? One of the same thing. Heard two people, but there was only one in the shot I got. I didn't see nobody else. Nobody nowhere else in the room, neither. That's the killer, all right. Leastways, I'm pretty sure it is.
So are we saying the victim disappeared? It's possible the murder happened in the storeroom during the auction. How did you know it was the killer just by looking?
Cause they're literally red-handed with blood? How else would that get there, huh? The auction just carried on after that? Sure did. They just went right along like nothing had happened. Rich folks is crazier than a box of frogs. I'll never understand how they think.
Funny, I find journalists struggle to understand as well. Miss Hart's observations about what happened during the mysterious auction. Hold on. I think that's actually her. Maybe she killed somebody? There's a bad burn on her hand. Okay, we talk to you guys now? We connect dots? Auction participants enter the storeroom. Possible murder happened in the storeroom during the auction. Left one by one through the storeroom and up on the roof. So where did they go? The storeroom was the actual scene of the crime, and you'd expect the body to have been up here at some point as well.
Huh? Well, yeah.
Think back to what Miss Hart told us about how the customers left the auction. You remember?
Of course, they came up from downstairs back through the storeroom and... Oh!
Exactly, the killer would have had to hide the body in order to avoid its discovery. Question is, where did they hide it? The body was hidden so the auction participants who were leaving wouldn't spot it. Emma, if you wouldn't mind putting your skills to work for me now?
I'd love to. You just say what you need and I'll get right on it.
Very well. And I'd like you to check for blood residue. A luminol test, in other words.
Yay! Sure thing. Prepare to witness the power of science.
Never seen somebody's eyes actually sparkle with anticipation before.
Alright, how about we test the ladder over there first? Based on Miss Hart's picture? I'd say the person in the red raincoat was about to climb it and make their escape. Which means there's a high chance of a positive result.
Test scenario, press space. Okay, I'll spray a little luminol. And if it happens to land on some blood, you'll see it react like this. Okay.
It still feels super raw to see it just appear like that. Anyway, that's a positive, but it's still faint. Spraying it a couple more times should be enough to really make it stand out. Yeah, that brought it out nicely. And made it feel that much more real. Anyway, I think you got the gist of how to look for blood traces now, right? I'm sure there's still some more to be found. That's why I give it a try.
Can I not, like... move to other parts of the scene, I guess? I guess not. Oh, here. That's what we're trying to do, the ladder first. Got it.
And that's how it's done.
It's the tutorial. Got it. Okay.
Take a good look around and see if you can find some other places to test with the luminol.
Over here. Examine what you want to test and let's spray with some luminol. Nope, never mind. I know exactly. Hold on. This. Spray some luminol any place suspicious. I look blood.
Mr. Edgeworth, blood!
But how could it have gotten there?
Maybe somebody put something with blood on it in there?
Blood was detected in a closed box that was wrapped up for auction.
Still places that we haven't tested yet. Let's see what else we can find.
Negative. This should also be negative. I definitely thought maybe the suitcase. Ah, careful, that can't go around spring without this luminol. I wasn't about to. The elevator?
Got a positive and there's blood here, but how come?
Well, because this is where the murder was actually committed.
Oh, looks like some of it dripped through the floor below, too.
Blood was detected on the secret elevator. Looks like it dripped to the floor below.
I think that's all the blood there is to be found.
Alright, then that concludes this phase of our investigation. Body was hidden so auction participants wouldn't see it. Closed blood, yeah. They hid it in the box. Blood in the closed box can only mean one thing, that this is where the body was hidden. I'm certain of it.
Wonder who won the box in the auction?
I haven't the foggiest. Still, it's a very helpful discovery.
Hey, you just hold your horses there. There's no way the body could have been in there.
What do you mean?
I took a look in their box. That there box when I first got in here. Looked to be just about the perfect size for a little hide and go seek at the Nina Rose. Maybe it would have been if I could have opened it. It was wrapped in chains and locked up tight, and I ain't no scheme-apologist.
What the fuck is that word?
The murder happened just a little after I scoped it out, so can't nobody have put no body in there.
Wrapped in chains and locked up tight, you say? It's odd, because it doesn't look to be wrapped in chains any longer.
Huh? Well, slap my hand, call me silly. Could have swore it was, though.
Box in which the killer hid the body, traces of blood were detected inside. I think we've examined all we can now.
Great, time to see what's waiting down below.
Shaking a leg already, are we, Miles? Okie dokie. Hey, K-Master.
Yes, Mr. Fender?
We're about ready to move out, so I want you to stick with me, okay? Can't have you getting lost.
Of course. I'll just be sure to stay close.
When did those two start getting along so well? We're done! Yay! Oh, shit! They do the auction here in the prosecutorial chamber. And that's why there was blood right in front of the statue. Because she was bleeding out there until they got her in the box. Probably just hit her head and wasn't like full dead yet. Or did they stab her up there? Maybe they stabbed her while she was up there. Yeah, it was a lot of blood. They had to. But then how did she hit her head? Maybe while she was in the box she hit her head? Oh, Mr. Edgeworth! This room.
This is the auction room? No, this is the committee chamber.
Way to drop right into my lap, Kay Faraday. You've got real guts, I'll give you that. Arrest her, men. Arrest her right now. Wait, but she's... As for the rest of the riffraff, throw them out in the streets where they belong.
Can't do this. This is going way overboard.
Yeah, what she said. Miles, this isn't looking good, I gotta say. See how the blinding light of justice shines? I mean, ah! Francesca, I love you. Oh, she hit Gumshoe too, just for fun. For good measure, you gotta smack Gumshoe. Oh, what did I do?
You'll have to forgive me. I meant to hit the certain cowardly ex-prosecutor. You weren't aiming for him. You were aiming straight at me. Something keeps getting in my way. Something. Yeah! Right there.
Francesca?
So, what are you doing here, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor?
Still believe Kay to be innocent.
And we are supposed to care what you believe. He no longer has the right to an opinion. I am Francesca von Karma, and I had no intention of stopping here or now. But you chose to stop by giving up your badge, and so our game has already come to an end.
My badge was an obstacle to proceeding along the road I've chosen. I haven't stopped, I've simply cleared the way ahead. Now I'm free to follow that road, all the way to the truth. But don't you think for a second that my conviction has changed. I'm every bit as dedicated as I ever was.
You seem to think you know what lies at the end of this road to the truth. In that case, I demand that you show me. I'll explain my current theory first, and if your road fails to lead anywhere, my whip will be happily guided.
Francesca's current theory.
The victim used her keycard and entered this chamber with her killer. She was then stabbed with the candelabrum by the culprit and subsequently died as a result. He knows the identity of the murderer thanks to the letter she exchanged with the victim. And we know the location of the murderer is here in the committee's trial chamber.
Nope, that's wrong.
The blood on the floor in this room proves my theory. Game, set, and match Miles Edgeworth QED.
That's pretty confident, huh?
She doesn't lack the courage of her convictions, that's for sure. Now I gotta say, I can dig that vibe. I could even give her a no hard feel. Pathetic. Well, Miles Edgeworth, do you think you can bring my case crashing down around my ears? You really have found the road to the truth. Perhaps you'd be so kind as to point me toward it?
Very happy to settle in, Francesca. About to pave that road with incontrovertible evidence. Victim user keycard enter this chamber with their killer. Nope. And you're sure the data from the security system is accurate?
The data is just like me, perfect in every way. There's no room for doubt on either front.
Well, your theory is far from perfect. Suppose I'm not going to change your mind on this so easily, am I?
Correct. As I said, the victim enters the room with her killer.
Was then stabbed with the candelabrum.
Hold it!
The stab wound she sustained are a perfect match with the candelabrum in question.
3 wounds inflicted by metal spikes of some kind in 3 places simultaneously. Even you have to agree that there aren't that many objects that could do that. Furthermore, Grandma Hertz confirms a murder weapon in her report.
Then there's absolutely no doubt in your mind that it was the candelabrum?
None whatsoever. And as for the culprit...
Identity thanks to the letter she exchanged.
Hold it!
You managed to prove conclusively that the letter found on the victim was sent by Kay?
I wasn't aware that there was any doubt on that front. Are you suggesting it was a forgery? Well, if there was any doubt, there isn't any longer. Documented analysis turned up nothing. Nothing to suggest the involvement of anyone other than the sender and the recipient, or of any forgery.
Saying that they found Kay's prints?
No, only the victims.
Well then, how can you say for sure that Kay did the deed?
Haven't you been listening? Document analysis found nothing to suggest the letter was a forgery. Face it, the letter was sent by Kay Faraday. A fact that more than adequately proves the identity of the murderer.
It's not in the trial chamber. We're gonna get her on that one, but after we press everything. You can prove that the murder happened here in the committee chamber, I suppose.
Von Karma is perfect in every way. Or did you forget that when you handed in your badge?
Blood on the floor proves the theory. Has the blood been analyzed to see who it belongs to?
It has, and unsurprisingly it was confirmed to be that of the victim.
And has it occurred to you that where it was found may not be where the murder in fact took place?
How quickly you forget, Miles Edgeworth. Evidence is everything in the courtroom. But please present your proof that the murder occurred elsewhere. Or kindly stand down.
Proof that the murder occurred elsewhere, huh? This isn't a courtroom, but that doesn't mean I can't give her the evidence she so clearly desires. She makes a pretty watertight argument, huh? Perhaps, but she doesn't know what we know.
You're right, we got certain scientific discovery up our sleeves.
That discovery will show her the road I found to the truth. Alright, so it seems like it's the last one. Actually, found blood detected on the secret elevator, and it dripped through to the floor below. So take that. If I remember correctly, the blood discovered in this room was located at the foot of the Goddess of Justice statue.
Murder on the case of the divine, a brazen act even for a cold-blooded killer.
Except that may not be true at all. Take a look at this if you would. It's a bloodstain we discovered in the storeroom directly above the committee chamber. As you can see, the blood we found looks to have dripped through into the room below. And the elevator dripped down from...
Descends directly to the foot of the statue!
Ah, you noticed. Then you will agree that the murder cannot in fact have happened in this room. I put it to you that the victim was killed in the room above, and only afterwards was she moved down here. The Goddess of Justice did not witness a murder. She witnessed a killer trying to cover their tracks. And she's smiling.
Sorry, I was just thinking back to a very similar situation. Well done, Miles Edgeworth. You've proven yourself to be even more foolish than I thought.
Mr. Edward is anything but a fool, sir, and you know it. Ouch!
Have you forgotten the picture you just showed me, or are you really that airheaded? Even a cursory glance shows that there was far more blood here in the committee room chamber than upstairs.
Ouch, whipped and ignored again. Wish I could just, too!
Trying to tell me that all that blood dripped down from above, Miles Edgeworth? But had your storeroom stain would need to be 10 times as big. I say the murder happened down here. There's no way it could have happened anywhere else.
As insightful as ever, Francisca, but you played right into my hands.
How so?
You are correct, there's far less blood upstairs than one would expect. The question is why?
Trifling detail in the face of my previous explanation.
Alas, your explanation doesn't account for why there was blood in the storeroom in the first place. You surely don't think some spatter managed to shoot itself all the way up there, do you?
Whoa, like some crazy fountain of blood? No way!
No way indeed, it's completely impossible. So how about this? What if this explains the difference in the amounts of blood observed? There's far more blood in the committee chamber than in the storeroom above because... weapon was removed here, the victim was stabbed here, the victim was stabbed upstairs. Ooh, weapon was removed here, yeah, that makes sense. Let's save. The victim died of 3 stab wounds, wounds that would have bled profusely.
Exactly, as proven by the amount of blood we found on the floor of this room. That doesn't make any sense. How she was stabbed in the storeroom? You said there wasn't much blood about there already. Eek! Silence, you half-baked, half-brained rookie. Hey, Hairbrain is a little... Ah!
Stab wound bleeds heaviest at one particular point in time.
Oh, I know, when the weapon's removed, right?
Yeah, precisely. I believe the body was brought down to the committee chamber with the candelabrum still in its chest. And then, when it was finally removed, it created the difference in the amount of blood we see between the 2 locations.
But why? What was the killer trying to do?
Imagine they were trying to give the impression that the murder happened down here. As you know, Miss Ringer's keycard was used late last night. Judging by the time listed in the record, I'd hazard a guess that it was used by the killer when they entered the room to create their elaborate setup.
But why was they have the needed to do all this in the first place?
Perhaps because a person with a face to hide would fear the storeroom being found in the investigation. If they were involved with the underground auction, they couldn't afford to have their dirty secret exposed. Was it placed there to hide the existence of the storeroom? Probably.
Underground auction?
You should take a look at the storeroom for yourself. The items up there tell quite a story. One that should more than explain what was going on here last night.
It's almost endearing, Miles Edgeworth, how desperately you want to protect your friend.
Something just beneath the surface, this case. Something bigger than all of us. Kay's only crime was to have the bad fortune to fall right into the middle of it.
That's quite a hyperbolic claim, Miles Edgeworth.
Hyperbolic? Me? Surely you're the one making a mountain out of my perfectly reasonable molehill. You're working with Interpol on international cases, so why are you investigating a domestic murder? I'll tell you why. Because this case has something to do with the smuggling ring you've been chasing. Followed the trail of items being smuggled by the ring and wound up here. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me that the something I sense isn't related to any of this.
Very happy to learn that you giving up your badge didn't completely relieve you of your senses. Scoffy here told me about the circumstances that led up to that, by the way.
Sorry, sir. I just, thought it might help, you know. Did the right thing, detective. So am I right, Francisca? Is this incident part of the broader case you're working? Was the underground auction already on Interpol's radar?
Wouldn't you like to know? But you don't need to, and so you won't.
Then you knew, didn't you? And the auction was being held here in this chamber.
Hey, y'all, mind if I butt in for a sec? Your victim over there, the lady in white?
You!
Hey, let a gal finish, will ya? No good butting in paying the you-know-what? Ouch! Well, this leopard sure ain't changed her spots.
Testimony's not required, and neither is your presence. She witnessed the auction, though. She's kind of required.
What do you mean? I'm a journalist! You can't— Ow! You're liars, what you are! You lied under oath that one time! Seems like Miss Von Karma's none too fond of Miss Hart, huh?
I don't think she's her biggest fan, no.
What she called Ringer, right? She was a member of this here committee? Well, she's dressed exactly like the ringleader of that there secret auction. Ah! Stop it! Stop whipping me, dang it! What is the meaning of this interruption? Miss Edgeworth, explain!
Hart here helped us out by describing how the auctioneer was dressed. It seemed they were wearing the exact same outfit as the victim, Miss Rosie Ringer.
Does it mean the victim was also the ringleader?
Yeah, Ringer, ringleader. Yeah, this is Capcom, Francesca.
Now, how about we just calm down, sir? Seems I have some new information to consider. It's true that I came here to investigate the underground auction, and to arrest its head of operations, the auctioneer.
If Miss Hart is led to believe the ringleader is dead, guess that means your journey here today was wasted.
I suppose it does, nonetheless. I, Francisca Von Karma, refuse to leave empty-handed. Time for a rematch, Miles Edgeworth.
Fine by me. But you may find that your whip will go sorely underused this round. Alright, hit me with your latest theory.
Fine, I accept your little explanation. That would make the storeroom the actual scene of the crime, yes? In which case the murderer is someone connected to the auction.
Excuse me.
And this is the photographer's to be believed. The victim was the auctioneer and the culprit was an attendee. The killer lay in wait for the victim at the storeroom where the exchange of illicit goods was to take place. They stabbed the victim in the chest with a piece of the merchandise, the candelabra. There, does that about sum it up? Because I won't be accepting rebuttals.
I'm afraid you might have to. There's a serious hole in your testimony.
There is? I didn't spot any.
Good thing you're the one in charge here, Mr. Edgeworth. I will figure this out as we go.
Alright then, time to fight back. You have to win this for us.
I will. Time to take Francisca's testimony to task. Alright. She accepts the explanation.
Hold it!
Conceded that point rather easily. I can't help but be suspicious.
I'm not in the habit of denying facts that are readily supported by evidence. That's all there is to it. You were able to show that the murder actually took place in the storeroom.
Murder is someone connected to the auction, yeah, okay. And how exactly did you come to that conclusion?
Members of the big building staff were questioned extensively. but none of them mentioned a secret storeroom. It seems its existence was known only to a handful of people.
Of course, that storeroom was where the items that were to be sold in the auction were being kept.
Very good, which suggests a link between knowledge of the storeroom and involvement in the auction.
Victim was the auctioneer and culprit was an attendee. So you believe that the victim and the ringleader were one and the same?
I do, and the murderer was... Why are you asking her this? You just said the exact same thing yourself, dummy.
So I did. But I was merely confirming Francesca's reasoning in order to...
Don't give me that horse feed. You get caught saying something stupid, you give a little laugh and move on with your day. The murderer was one of the auction attendees. Well, you got no notes on our friend here after that little performance of his? Of course, assuming that our friend is a photographer's words can be trusted.
Can't quite tell if they love or hate one another.
Anyways, a more relevant point here is how the culprit actually carried out their plan.
Lay in wait in the storeroom. No, they wouldn't have been able to do that because Lotta was laying wait in the storeroom. But we're gonna press it still. How exactly did they manage that, may I ask? Miss Hart was in the storeroom too, remember?
Yes, hiding someplace. And if you've seen the storeroom yourself, you'll know that there are plenty of other places to hide too.
So you're saying the killer was hiding out of sight while they awaited the victim's arrival?
I believe we can reasonably assume that the murder took place after the auction had concluded. After all, the victim was the auctioneer herself. She would surely have needed to be present throughout the proceedings.
He thinks it happened afterward? Do you mind adding that statement to your testimony, Francesca? Items on sale were mainly held. 11 attendees were together. Auction continued even after the murder occurred. Yep. Assume the murder took place after the auction had concluded. We got a statement. After the auction had ended, you say, and you're sure of that?
If the victim was the auctioneer, I don't see how else it could have happened, do you? I mean, she's right. You can't have an auction without an auctioneer.
No, you can't, can you? Why does that suddenly feel significant? Stab the victim in the chest with a piece of merchandise. How do you know that the candelabrum was one of the auction lots?
Because if the murder weapon had been deliberately prepared beforehand, it seems highly unlikely that the killer would have chosen such an unusual object. Furthermore, based on the culprit's movements, the candelabrum could have only come from the storeroom. We did find evidence that showed where it was standing, I guess. Exactly. Therefore, it could only have been something that was up for sale. Not the issue of where the killer obtains their weapon. Not that the issue of where the killer obtains their weapon really is the point here.
It's a reasonably coherent explanation of events on the surface, but something's off. Let's see if I can tease a little more out of her. We know what it is. Murder took place after the auction had concluded. Nope. That's not what Lotta witnessed. Seems you're the one step behind yet again, Francesca.
How so?
The auctioneer was not in fact the victim, and I can prove it. This is the statement Miss Hart gave us.
The she made it. It's not worth the air she used to say it. I done told you I'm a journalist, dang nabbit. My word is ouch! Did I ask you to open your mouth? Tell me ouch!
Well, they probably swap clothes. Calm down and listen for a second, Francesca. Miss Hart witnessed at least some of the events surrounding the murder, and she confirmed that the auction continued even after the murder had occurred.
You bet it did. It went right on like nothing had happened at all.
How would that have been possible without an auctioneer? It wouldn't. So you see, the victim couldn't have been the auctioneer. She was one of the attendees.
No!
As I've been saying since the start, there's no way Kay can be the murderer because she has been pushed down the hatch by her assailant, knocked unconscious by that time. So then who was the victim, really? Right, well, if the auction carried on after the murder, the victim must not have been the auctioneer, but an attendee.
That's enough.
Yeah, that sound all too well.
Order in the courtroom. All rise for the chairman.
Oh, there's no need for all that pomp and circumstance, Verity. Please, everyone, feel free to call me Celsius. Yes, that'll do nicely. Alright, Celsius, what are you doing here? I think you're still supposed to call him Dad. Oh, I just stopped by to see how my bone-headed boy was getting along. Say there are all sorts of families, but I'm not sure these two are what they meant. I thought I might need to light a fire into this investigation, but it seems not. The suspect everyone's searching high and low for is right back here where we started.
Men, detain the suspect immediately.
Wait, Miss Faraday's innocent. Shut your meddling mouth! You're becoming something of a problem, Miles, my boy. I thought I told you. The committee wants this matter cleared up as soon as possible. That doesn't mean throwing the first possible suspect in jail without, decisive evidence. What the fuck? It's a matter of trust. We can't have our organization be seen to drag its feet. It's bad for us, and it's bad for me, too. Personally. Sorry, it must be my age.
Your unlawful investigation ends here, and it will not be permitted to resume.
I think Francesca needs it to resume because the smuggling ring's involved.
In case you have forgotten, you are no longer a prosecutor. You have no authority here. And what's more, there is the matter of you aiding and abetting a suspect.
She's right, of course, as always. You really are a godsend, Verity. Francesca, please use your Interpol powers and save us. You have the suspect in your authority because it's related to the Interpol case because of the smuggling ring, right? And you already said that we could be your assistants so that we could investigate the body earlier, right? Right? Francesca? Everything I do knowingly. If you wish to prosecute me for it, be my guest, but know this. We have uncovered a new suspect. This person here. Miss Faraday was attacked by this...
And stop right there, Mr. Edgeworth. The raincoat in your picture was discovered nearby a short while ago. The victim's blood was found on the hood, along with some cherry blossom petals.
Cherry blossom petals? Like the ones on the roof?
Yes, they were stuck to the edges of the bloodstains, probably due to the blood being fresh at the time.
Results came back already, my boy, so there's no mistaking it. Person in your picture is the victim, Miss Rosie Ring... Okay, but she's an attendee who was dressed like the auctioneer. What? I don't know, there's a lot going on here. Worn by the victim whose fingerprints and blood were found on the hood. Red raincoat data jotted down. No, this completely undermines our entire case. Our assumptions were based on the person on the red raincoat being the killer. They were the victim instead. Kay remains at the top of the suspect list.
Miss Faraday, you testified to having encountered a person in a red raincoat up on the roof, correct? Yes, I did. We now know that that person was the murder victim, and you are the only person we know of who came into contact with her. Since one of you wound up dead, I think we all know how that encounter went.
No, Kay was attacked by that person. She's the victim here, not the aggressor.
As far as I recall, we have yet to see any evidence that proves she was attacked as you claim. Even if such proof existed, Miss Ringer could simply have been acting in self-defense.
You can't just jump to conclusions like that. Kay is innocent.
I'm not.
Kay?
I'm not innocent. I don't want to believe it, but I remembered something. Hearing about the raincoat brought it back. It's just a flash, but I remember what I saw now. Right when it happened. The murderer, it's me. I remember looking down and the person in the red raincoat was on the ground. It was me, Mr. Edgeworth. It was me all along. I'm the murderer. I'm the murderer.
No, you're not. You can't be.
What am I? Why do I have a memory like that? You're on the floor in front of me. It was full of blood. Why was I just standing there? Why didn't I do something? I know why. It's because I was the killer.
Her memory shouldn't be trusted. She has fucking amnesia.
This court recognizes the legitimacy of the accused's memories.
She has fucking amnesia! What? But you said you didn't believe her like 5 minutes ago.
I commend you on your bravery, Miss Faraday. It will not go unrewarded. Praise be to the goddess of justice for her many blessings. As an official representative of Interpol, I hereby request that the suspect be... We don't have time for this. We must arrest Kay Faraday this instant. Dare you take that tone with me?
This is a gross overreach of authority. I demand that you give us more time to investigate. You say my investigation is unlawful? What could be more unlawful than this?
Fortunately, you no longer speak for the law.
Indeed you don't, but I do. And while I can't help but be moved by your dedication to your friend, I have to agree with Verity.
Speaking of the law, it seems there is one other we must arrest.
Ah, yes, I almost forgot. Miles. What are you talking about? Mr. Edwards was just doing his job. He didn't do anything wrong. Turning his badge, it was no longer his job. He wasn't doing squat! By which I mean to say, unfortunately, Miles is no longer serving in any kind of official capacity.
You went too far this time, Mr. Edgeworth. You conducted an unlawful investigation. Worse, you aided and abetted the flight of a suspect. You are no longer even an ex-prosecutor. You are a criminal, nothing more.
Francesca, save me. Francesca, you gave me permission to investigate on your behalf for Interpol. Oh, that reminds me, there was supposed to be a hearing today, wasn't there? Concerning your conduct. I'll make sure it's officially rescheduled for tomorrow, although I fear I already know the outcome. Look at this as an opportunity to reflect on your actions, Miles. A chance to really think long and hard.
This court is adjourned.
Francesca! Shit. She has to save me! Oh my god. Alright, we're gonna stop here today. Oh my god, we're actually in prison. Okay. But that's where we're stopping. That's where we're stopping. It's late. If we keep going, we'll be here forever. I need to know what happens, so we will... Oh, I can't continue next week. Damn. I'm gonna be out next week. All day. So, there will be no stream next week. So, in 2 weeks, that will be the 8th, I think? That's when we'll pick this up. So, come with me, y'all. Hey, thanks y'all for watching. Thanks everybody who came by today. Ace Attorney's a good time, and those, oh my god, there's so much happening here. There's so much. We got to see everybody who was just like, hey, isn't this person in the game? Oh wait, hold on. No, not everybody. There's still the other Interpol people. Anyway, the ones from Zhengfa. But yeah. So I'll have to see what happens in a couple weeks. Thanks everyone for watching. Thanks everyone who came by today. Mukia, Neoneko, Darjeeling, any other chatters I may have missed. Lurkers, future pod watchers. Shoutouts to y'all. Y'all are awesome. Next stream, tomorrow we are raiding, so there will be that. We may do some Astrobot beforehand. We'll see, since I couldn't do it the last couple days. It's been a rough week, so we'll see what happens. But for now, have a good night, everybody. Have a great rest of your week. And I'll see y'all tomorrow for raid, and then Monday for Deep Dungeon, probably, assuming that there's no patch. They may I suspect they're gonna hotfix something. Because there's some dialogue errors in 14, so we'll see what happens. But for now, have a good night, have a great rest of your weekend, and I'll see you all later. Take care. Bye bye.